Chapter 286, Hunting Mutually. Chapter 286, Hunting Mutually. By the time they left Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, it was already evening and there were less people on the streets. The siblings naturally had a lot to say after not seeing each other for years. Senior sister Yang even said that only Mr. Mo or someone from the royal family could return safe and sound. Hee, seems like my brother can do it too. She isn't wrong about that. That's because I'm Mr. Mo. I don't believe you. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain, leading Xiaoning towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Under Su Xiaoning's bewildered gaze, Su Zimo knocked on the door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, an extremely stunning girl with withered, yellow hair stuck her head out. It was Nian Qi. Sir. Nian Qi greeted crisply in delight after seeing Su Zimo. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and pushed Xiaoning over. This is my younger sister. You guys can chat first. I have some other matters to attend to and will return a little later. Alright, don't worry, sir. Nian Qi nodded obediently. Su Xiaoning looked at the words, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, with an agape mouth and widened eyes, unable to link Su Zimo with Mr. Mo, who was famous throughout the capital. It was only after Su Zimo left and Su Xiaoning was brought to the courtyard by Nian Qi in a daze before she gradually regained her senses. Is my brother really Mr. Mo? Su Xiaoning looked at Nian Qi and asked cautiously. That's right. Nian Qi pointed at the big, black dog sprawling on the side and smiled. It's called Night Spirit and is Sir's spirit beast. Mo Spirit's name is combined from Sir and Night Spirit's names. Night Spirit opened its eyes and glanced at Su Xiaoning indifferently before going back to sleep without moving. Nian Qi chuckled. Night Spirit is like this. Other than Sir, it's not close to anyone. Don't be misled by how it always looks so lazy. When it's angry, it's really scary. The two of them were about the same age and they soon became close. After following the green-robed cultivator out of the capital, Dai Su took off his armor and changed into a common set of robes, hiding himself in the crowd and hung from the back. He was unable to verify if this person he was following was the same man he had seen in that small town a few years ago. After all, the man in that small town was only a mortal that could not cultivate. However, this green-robed man was already at late-stage foundation establishment. Furthermore, it shouldn't make sense for that man to appear in the capital or even the palace. How was that possible? Everything would not really make sense if they were the same person. However, for some reason, even though it was only a single glance, Dai Su had an extremely strong feeling about it in his heart. They were the same person. While that man seemed like a frail scholar on the surface, his spine was extremely straight as though there was nothing or no one in this world that could crush him. Dai Su followed the green-robed cultivator and saw the latter enter Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Not long later, he came out with a female cultivator. When he saw the face of that female cultivator, Dai Su no longer had any doubts. This green-robed cultivator was the same scholar from that unremarkable small town of that vassal state, Su Zimo. The woman beside him was his younger sister, Su Xiaoning. She was taken away by the third princess back then and brought onto the path of cultivation after joining Azure Frost Sect. Dai Su continued to follow Su Zimo. When he caught sight of Su Xiaoning sent into Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, Dai Su's eyes flickered in thoughts. Su Zimo, Mo Ling. Right after, Su Zimo left and headed out of the city. Dai Su's expression flickered as he looked at Su Zimo's back. After pondering for a while, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared and he continued following silently. The two of them left the city one after another. After leaving the capital, Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and sped off to the distance on it. Dai Su hurriedly followed. Not long after, Su Zimo entered a dense forest. He removed his flying sword and in a flash, sprinted through the forest at an extremely fast speed. It was completely unpredictable. They were in a forest after all, and the view wasn't as open compared to outside, with many places to hide and blind spots all around. Dai Su's sword kinesis flight had to slow down. A while later, Su Zimo disappeared from Dai Su's sights entirely. Arriving at the vicinity of where Su Zimo was last seen, Dai Su surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. At this moment, the night grew darker and the beasts of the forest had already left their caves with the appearance of the moon. The light in the forest was dim and the roar of spirit beasts could be heard from time to time. Branches and leaves rustled, filling the air with an eerie hint of blood stench. Feeling uneasy, Dai Su took out his golden armor. Just as he put it on properly, he felt something and turned around suddenly. Not far behind him was a green-robed cultivator with his hands behind his back. The cool moonlight shone through the dense branches and leaves, illuminating his face in patches. The green-robed cultivator's expression was calm and there was a slight mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo. Dai Su narrowed his eyes and said word by word. Su Zimo smiled faintly. It's been a long time, Commander Dai. You've changed quite a bit after a few years. I'm truly impressed. Dai Su's lips curled as he remarked coldly, you were just a mere mortal back then, but you're already at late-stage Foundation establishment now. Not bad, not bad. Su Zimo replied with a fake smile, it's all thanks to you not killing me back then, Commander Dai. Humph. Dai Su snorted coldly upon hearing that. If Su Zimo had not been tactful enough to keep his distance from Ji Yaoshua back then, this man would have been dead a couple of years ago. While Dai Su had hidden himself well back then, Su Zimo had sensed Dai Su's killing intent with his spirit perception. Commander Dai, why have you followed me all the way here? Su Zimo asked straightforwardly. Su Zimo, if you were smart enough, you should have stayed away from the capital and kept your distance from the third princess. Dai Su said slowly with a murderous expression, now that you've appeared in the capital, I can only say that you're courting death. Dai Su took out a flying sword from his storage bag as he said that. Su Zimo smiled. You're not telling the truth, Commander Dai. Dai Su remained silent. Su Zimo continued, that's not the only reason why you want to kill me. It's because you've also guessed my identity as Mo Ling and you want to steal my treasures by killing me, right? Ha! Dai Su laughed out loud. You're very smart, but you will still die today. Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and asked, I've already noticed that you were following me after I left the palace. However, do you know why I chose to leave the city? You want to hunt me. Dai Su laughed. You're confident enough to lure me to this desolated forest to hunt me down. However, I harbored the same intentions. Su Zimo nodded. Not bad. With a cold voice, Dai Su remarked, there's nothing much to say then. The outcome will depend on our skills. Let me see how much you've grown over these past few years. Chapter 287, Killing. Chapter 287, Killing. This time, both of them wanted to kill. Furthermore, both of them were confident that they could kill the other party. That was why Su Zimo lured Dai Su out of the capital. At the same time, Dai Su chased fearlessly despite knowing Su Zimo's intentions. They were one another's prey and whoever was hunted would depend on who had stronger means. Dai Su channeled his spirit energy and a beam of light shone on his body. A spirit meridian flickered and emitted a dazzling light. You're only a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but I'm a meridian cultivator. What do you have to fight me with? Dai Su laughed coldly as he channeled his spirit energy, causing the flying sword in his hands to buzz and 3 spirit patterns to shine. A superior grade spirit weapon. Shoo. A sword beam tore through the void and sped toward Su Zimo. At the same time, Dai Su waved his sleeves and conjured a hand seal, pointing a finger forward as he shouted. Roar! A deafening roar sounded out of nowhere. A spirit demon that was condensed from spirit energy appeared in the void. Looking menacing, it hollered into the skies with a torrential killing intent before lunging towards Su Zimo. The flying sword and spirit art attacked simultaneously. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he pressed his middle finger and thumb together, forming a strange hand seal that he pushed slowly forward. Fiend Suppression Seal. He did not test the waters at all. Su Zimo released the strongest spirit art he knew immediately. The spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian surged furiously into the handprint that he had conjured. Boom! A huge golden palm descended from the sky accompanied by a deafening bang, breaking through the firmaments and crushing air currents as it slammed down towards the direction of the spirit demon and flying sword in a terrifying manner. Dai Su's expression changed. He could clearly tell that the golden palm seemed like it was formed by spirit energy. However, it seemed corporeal, as if the palm of a god was descending from the heavens, bent on purging all evil in the world. Bang! In midair, the howling spirit demon collided with the golden palm and cracks immediately appeared on the surface of its body. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air. Dai Su's expression changed. Normally, the spirit art conjured by his spirit energy as a one-meridian foundation establishment cultivator should be able to defeat a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with ease. However, the situation was exactly opposite right now. There was only one possibility: the other party's spirit art was way stronger than his own. In midair, Dai Su's flying sword pressed against the center of the golden palm and could not advance. The sword was trembling and its spirit energy was unstable, showing signs of breaking apart. It was on the verge of giving out at any moment now. Dai Su sneered and channeled his spirit energy once more. Whoosh! A beam of light shone through Dai Su's gold armor. 2 spirit meridians. Spirit peering art could not be used to tell how many meridians a perfected foundation establishment cultivator had unlocked. The only way of knowing is if the cultivator revealed it personally. But now, Dai Su had already revealed 2 spirit meridians. Spirit energy surged within the 2 meridians in a sturdy manner. Dai Su manipulated the flying sword which shone brightly as its strength continued climbing. Straight and sharp, the sword actually stopped the golden palm. No matter how strong the fiend suppression seal was, it had its limits and it was difficult to make up for the difference in cultivation realms. Su Zimo, if that's all you've got, today will be your death anniversary a year from now. The fact that Dai Su was able to divert his attention to speak in the face of such an immense battle proved that he was not using his full strength. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not reply. While Dai Su was not using his full strength, Su Zimo had backup plans too. Break! Right then, Dai Su's body shone with another beam of light once more as he shouted softly. A 3rd spirit meridian. The power of the 3 meridians erupted at the same time as the flying sword in midair shone brighter. Both parties fell into a stalemate and with a bang, the flying sword pierced the golden palm. It continued its trajectory toward Su Zimo's head without any loss in momentum. The moment Dai Su revealed the 3rd meridian, Su Zimo had already realized that it was going to be difficult to kill Dai Su using immortal cultivation methods given his current cultivation realm. Cracks appeared on the golden palm after it was pierced and it was on the verge of collapsing. Shoo! The sword beam was piercingly cold and extremely fast. However, Su Zimo was even faster. The moment the flying sword pierced the golden palm, Su Zimo moved and left a series of afterimages from where he was. Swoosh! Like a fierce horse, Su Zimo arrived before Dai Su in the blink of an eye. After divine steed fleeting, he made a sudden move and took a huge stride forth, using the stance of plow heaven stride. Boom! That single step caused the ground to quake as Su Zimo's aura increased tremendously. His eyes lit up with a frenzied killing intent. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Dai Su's arms, bending his knees while smashing forth. Divine Steed Dismemberment. With Divine Steed fleeting, he was able to shorten the distance between them and close in. Right after, Plow Heaven Stride aided him in bursting forth with a torrential aura, and he finished off with Divine Steed Dismemberment in a fluid motion without any sluggishness. As long as Dai Su's arms were locked by Su Zimo, he would definitely die. The burst of Divine Steed fleeting as well as Plow Heaven Stride coupled with the power of Divine Steed Dismemberment was enough to rip Dai Su apart. In the face of Su Zimo's attacks that were like a tempestuous storm, Dai Su's eyes were filled with an initial flash of panic before calming down. Ah! He roared and yet another spirit light shone on his body. Boom! The fourth spirit meridian had appeared. The fifth. The sixth. Instantly, 6 spirit meridians appeared on Dai Su's body. His aura expanded rapidly and his spirit energy was rich as he entered a berserk state. 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. There were not many Foundation Establishment cultivators who could unlock 6 of the 8 Meridian channels. Furthermore, the more Meridians one had unlocked, the tougher it would be to unlock more. The difficulty level of unlocking the Meridians wasn't the same. Unless one entered the ancient battlefield and obtained a huge opportunity within, it was already almost the limit for one to unlock 6 Meridians in Tianhuang mainland. Initially, Dai Su did not use all his strength. That was because in his opinion, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. This was someone who was far inferior to his cultivation realm and there was no need for that. The outcome of the battle was already decided. But now, after Su Zimo unleashed that formidable chain of attacks, Dai Su realized that the battle was not as simple as he thought it was. The spirit energy of 6 spirit meridians exploded instantly. You're courting death. There was a fierce look on Dai Su's eyes as he clasped his hands in front of him and formed a huge ball of spirit energy, blocking Su Zimo's way. This ball of spirit energy was condensed from almost all of Dai Su's strength and was not to be underestimated. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. If Dai Su was only at 3 or even 4 meridians, Su Zimo was confident that he could kill the former with just the burst of his physical strength. However, Dai Su's strength at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment was not something that Su Zimo could take head-on with his physical strength. Right then, the combined momentum of Divine Steed fleeting and Plow Heaven Stride was too strong and it was too late for Su Zimo to make a change in move. He channeled his bloodline. Bang! Boom! Boom! Splash! A horrifying sound came from Su Zimo's body. It was like thunder rumbling and it surged like a tsunami in a terrifying manner. Chapter 288, The Terrifying Blood Chi. Chapter 288, The Terrifying Blood Chi. Blood like a tsunami and the sound of thunder rumbling. At that moment, Su Zimo who was charging over resembled a divine steed that was shining with lightning as furious tsunamis gushed from behind him. Boom! Su Zimo's knee hit the spirit energy ball that was created by Dai Su, exploding with a loud bang. A huge halo of energy burst out from the middle of the collision in a bedazzling manner, shining like daylight. The light ball exploded and the violent spirit energy within was released entirely. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely concentrated and Su Zimo's body was repelled immediately, flipping a few times in the air before landing on the ground slowly. Dai Su stumbled back a couple of steps and his feet sank into the mud before he stood firmly. It was an even split. That was completely a frontal clash without any techniques involved. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator could match the power of bloodline that Su Zimo had released. While Su Zimo was able to kill a golden core on that night a couple of months ago, he knew very well that if it was a one-on-one battle, neither he nor Night Spirit would be a match for golden cores. On the one hand, the reason why Su Zimo lured Dai Su to this place was to kill the latter. On the other hand, Su Zimo wanted to know how powerful his demonic cultivation strength was and what cultivation realm of cultivators he could go up against. In short, Su Zimo viewed Dai Su as a guinea pig. The moment the previous attack collided, Su Zimo understood. With greater mastery of the organ's refinement section, the strength released by him channeling his bloodline was enough to go head-on against the strength of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Dai Su dug out an elixir with his left hand and swallowed it. He manipulated his flying sword with his right hand and glared at Su Zimo, panting slightly. While Dai Su appeared calm on the surface, he was in shock internally. In his eyes, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. Given his cultivation at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, he should be able to kill Su Zimo with ease. But now, Dai Su suddenly realized that Su Zimo's actual trump card was his terrifying physique and melee combat strength. Tsunami blood? That was a mystical realm of the legends. How could someone have cultivated it for real? Even ancient ferocious beasts should not have been able to cultivate it. The elixir that he had just swallowed had turned into a thick wave of spirit energy that coursed through his 6 meridians, making up for the consumption previously. Shoo! Dai Su struck first and pointed forward. His flying sword transformed into a rainbow and sped forth. Su Zimo's body flickered and he dodged the flying sword barely. Ta! 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 Within a few steps, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of Dai Su. Dai Su's expression was unchanged as he conjured a hand seal, summoning a sword of spirit energy in front of him that he used to stab at Su Zimo fiercely with his back hand. At the same time, the superior-grade flying sword that was in midair changed directions and was already behind Su Zimo. Break it! With a loud shout, Su Zimo's blood began to surge in his body. He flexed his arm and drew a semicircle in midair before slamming it heavily against the incoming spirit energy sword using his hand like a seal. Snap! Cracks appeared and extended on the spirit energy sword, covering it entirely. Dai Su shuddered and shock flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Su Zimo's arm twitched in reverse and he rested it gently on the incoming flying sword like an elephant's nose without even looking back. He coiled his hand around the sword. The spirit energy on the superior-grade flying sword dispersed and it fell into Su Zimo's palms in the blink of an eye. Swash! Su Zimo did not stop and he seized the snatched superior-grade flying sword, stabbing it towards Dai Su's head. Ah! Dai Su exclaimed and exerted strength in his legs as he leaped up. Clang! The superior-grade flying sword struck the armor around Dai Su's chest area. Shining with 3 golden spirit patterns, the golden armor emitted a strong power of resistance. The flying sword merely pierced it but it had difficulty penetrating through. It was a superior-grade defensive armor. Dai Su was frightened and broke out in cold sweat. While they had only fought for a single round, he would have been a dead man if not for that golden armor of his. Kill! Dai Su hollered in anger and conjured spirit seals with both hands, releasing spirit arts that shot towards Su Zimo. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo waved his fist and knocked over the incoming spirit energies, causing them to disperse with a slight pause of his body. Making use of the collision's impact, Dai Su retreated violently. He summoned a flying sword and leaped onto it, speeding towards the direction of the capital. He realized that he was no match for Su Zimo and made an instant decision to run away without hesitation. There was no way Su Zimo was going to let Dai Su get out alive as he stood up and chased after the latter. The two men sped through the forest, alarming countless birds and beasts. Dai Su gritted his teeth as spirit energy circulated crazily in his dantian and it throbbed in pain, it was almost at its limits. He knew that he would definitely die if Su Zimo caught up to him. Given that they had quite a huge gap between their cultivation realms, the speeds of their sword kinesis flight differed equally as well. As long as he could get out of the forest, the skies were much more spacious outside and Su Zimo would not be able to catch up to him no matter the methods he had up his sleeves. Su Zimo sped through the forest and his bloodline circulated relentlessly. He was also at the limits of his circulation and he was closing in to Dai Su. With a calm gaze, Su Zimo looked at Dai Su's back view. The edge of the forest was not far away. He had to kill Dai Su before the latter got out of the forest. A demonic glint flickered in Su Zimo's eyes as he reared his head and howled into the skies, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his body that permeated through the forest. It was enough for all beasts to bow their heads. This was something that was even more terrifying than his power of bloodline, the power of blood chi. In that scarlet mist, Su Zimo's figure was partially invisible. His eyes were black as ink, looking like he was a peerless demon that was treading through darkness as he chased after his prey that was not far away. Dai Su suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It felt as though he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast and his scalp tingled like he was being stabbed in the back. Instinctively, Dai Su turned around. Under the cover of the scarlet demonic chi, a tall figure walked through the forest and by making use of his body's burst, flickered between the trees in an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in front of Dai Su. Boom! Stomping its feet on the ground, the figure produced such immense force that the ground was ripped apart, revealing two deep and dark cracks. With the burst of his physical body, the figure leaped into the air and reached a height of about 100 feet. A shadow enveloped the place. The next moment, Dai Su's pupils constricted and he felt his limbs go cold. "You are..." He only managed to say those two words when a white palm landed on his throat and grabbed ruthlessly. Dai Su's throat was fragile as tofu in the hands of Su Zimo and was ripped into a bloody mist that permeated the voids. With a scoop, Su Zimo took away the storage bag on Dai Su's waist and descended. By the time he landed on the ground, the demonic chi around Su Zimo had already vanished entirely and the blood chi within his body was calm as normal. In no time, under the hazy night sky, a green-robed cultivator left the forest and sped in the direction of the capital. The forest regained its calm once more. Chapter 289, Xiaoning's Path. Chapter 289, Xiaoning's Path. By the time Su Zimo returned to Mo's spirit weapon workshop, it was already late at night. Landing softly in the courtyard, his ears quivered and he listened intently, vaguely hearing two stable streams of breathing emanating from Nian Qi's room. In the darkness, a black figure that resembled a ghost walked over silently. It was Night Spirit. Su Zimo relaxed slightly and calmed down. As long as Night Spirit was around, it meant that Night Spirit and Xiaoning were safe. They must have already slept. Xiaoning had experienced many things today. Initially, she was able to create a perfect spirit regeneration elixir during her elixir competition with Yixing, but she was met with an ambush and her elixir formation failed. Later on, she was left helpless against the encirclement of cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Right after, she met Su Zimo. Thereafter, Su Zimo killed on the streets and was brought to the palace, causing Xiaoning to be worried all the way until he returned safely. Going through a roller coaster of emotions as such was the most draining for one's mental state. Su Zimo did not wake the two of them up. He returned to his room and sat cross-eyed in deep thoughts. Today, he was reunited with Xiaoning and met with the Emperor of Great Zhou again. He believed that it wouldn't take long before the Emperor guessed that Mo Ling was Su Zimo. In reality, given the Emperor's intelligence, the main reason why he hadn't guessed the truth was because in his knowledge, Su Zimo was a mortal who could not cultivate. However, Mo Ling was a foundation establishment cultivator and the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou renowned throughout the capital. One of them was buried in soil while the other sat on clouds. The difference was too great. But of course, that identity could not be hidden for long and would definitely be exposed at the Sect competition. Su Zimo was indifferent to this matter, he would just let nature take its course. The night passed by silently and the next morning arrived. Xiaoning woke up bright and early to check if Su Zimo had returned. The moment she walked out of her room, she caught sight of him sitting in the courtyard, drinking freshly brewed tea in a pleased manner. "Brother, sorry, I fell asleep yesterday." Xiaoning had wanted to wait for Su Zimo to return the previous night. However, she could not fight the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. "Don't worry about it." Su Zimo smiled and pointed to a stone stool beside him. "Sit down and talk to me." "Yes." Xiaoning sat down obediently and took over a cup of tea that Su Zimo handed to her. When she took a single sip, the fragrance wafted into her nose and she felt like all her pores had opened up. "When did you come to the capital?" Su Zimo asked. "I've been here for almost a year." Xiaoning replied, "I was the one who requested to be sent here. Sister Yaoxue and the others have not arrived yet." After saying that, Xiaoning paused on purpose and looked up at Su Zimo's face. His head lowered, Su Zimo was sipping his tea with a calm expression as though he hadn't heard anything and did not react to it at all. Xiaoning had no choice but to continue, "I was thinking that I could kill two birds with one stone. Not only can I help others refine elixirs, I can improve myself on the Tao of elixirs." Su Zimo asked again, "How did you think of becoming an elixir refinement master?" Xiaoning only had a pseudo-spirit root. Even if she focused on cultivation entirely without spending time on elixir refinement, she might not be able to reach Golden Core realm. Su Zimo was puzzled as to why Xiaoning would still choose to become an elixir refinement master given such circumstances. She sighed softly, suddenly looking somewhat dejected. After a moment, she said slowly, "Among the three of us, only Big Brother can't cultivate. I'm afraid that he will leave us one day." Su Zimo remained silent. There were countless nights where he had pondered over the same question and carried the same worries. If he and Xiaoning could both form cores, Su Hong would definitely leave the world before them as his lifespan would not be longer than more than 100 years. Perhaps, no one could understand the kinship between the three of them. Even though Su Zimo and Xiaoning were already on the path of cultivation, both of them carried a strong sense of dependence and attachment towards Su Hong in the depths of their hearts. If not for Su Hong, both of them would not have been alive back then. Ever since Su Zimo and Xiaoning could remember things, neither of them had met their parents. In their hearts, Su Hong was like their parents. Xiaoning said in a smitten manner, "I know that it's something we have to experience eventually, the fact of life and death. However, I wish for that moment to come a little later. I heard from others that some powerful elixir refinement masters are able to refine elixirs that can increase one's lifespan. Therefore, I want to try. Even if it's for a single year, a single month, or a single day, I'll be happy to do it." Su Zimo was moved as he stretched his arms and hugged Xiaoning, who had tears in her eyes, gently, remaining silent. Most cultivators took on the path of cultivation in pursuit of longevity. Su Zimo had never heard of elixirs that could increase one's lifespan. Even if there was a recipe for that in the world, the conditions required must be unimaginably harsh, akin to ascending the heavens. However, Xiaoning chose to walk the path of an elixir refinement master despite knowing that. Even if an elixir as such only existed in the illusory tales of the legends, she wanted to give it a shot for that sliver of hope in her heart. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something. It was not a coincidence that Xiaoning had such achievements in elixir refinement. Her persistence was not something that everyone possessed. After a moment, Su Zimo asked, "What is up with that elixir furnace?" Xiaoning stood up and took out the exquisite and old elixir furnace, placing it on the table. "I came across it on a small store in Yongxing City. Back then, I didn't think much about it, only that it looked rather ancient and there was nothing special about it. However, when I picked it up, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. That's why I bought it, but He Xing of True Fire Elixir Workshop happened to see it. Su Zimo looked at the elixir furnace thoughtfully. Xiaoning continued, later on, I realized the difference after I started refining elixirs with this elixir furnace. As long as I carry this elixir furnace with me, I'll be extremely focused when I refine elixirs. If nothing major happens, it will be extremely difficult for me to be distracted. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder that Xiaoning was in a perfect state of focus during the elixir competition the previous day. So, it was also in part thanks to this mysterious elixir furnace. Put it away. Su Zimo instructed, don't give this elixir furnace to anyone no matter what. Keep it for yourself. I have a feeling that this elixir furnace has an impressive background. It was an inanimate object, but it could affect one's mental state. Even Su Zimo would not be able to forge an elixir furnace as such. Yes. Xiaoning nodded. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, from today onwards, you can cultivate here at my place. You can head back when it's time for the sect competition. Many things had happened yesterday and Su Zimo would be worried if Xiaoning continued to stay in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Furthermore, he was intending to make use of this final month to help Xiaoning raise her cultivation realm. She had a pseudo-spirit root and her cultivation speed was the slowest. Therefore, Su Zimo made some supplementary array formations for Xiaoning to help her absorb spirit chi better. He only used superior-grade spirit stones for the formations. Usually, only golden cores would be the ones to cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. However, Su Zimo's plan was simple, he would just splurge on superior-grade spirit stones. After all, the one thing he did not lack right now was spirit stones. Chapter 290, Exposed Identity. Chapter 290, Exposed Identity. As the sect competition approached, the number of cultivators that arrived in the capital gradually increased and there were already major sects that arrived with their disciples. Among them, of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace, True Fire Sect, Azure Frost Sect and Southern Mountains Sect had already sent golden cores that led people with them to the capital. Even though they were also one of the 5 major sects, Ethereal Peak did not have any disciples arriving yet. Many cultivators had expected such a situation. 3 years ago, news of the battle in Dongling Valley spread and everyone had heard about it. It was said that the battle was extremely tragic and almost all of Ethereal Peak's elite disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm were killed. They even lost several golden cores as well. It was almost impossible for them to nurture Foundation Establishment cultivators who were qualified to contend for the spirit ranking within 3 years. Before this, Ethereal Peak could take up at least 3 of the 10 spots on the spirit ranking. But now, Ethereal Peak was no longer qualified to compete for the spirit ranking which they had the most advantage in. As for the elixir and weapon rankings, disciples of Ethereal Peak had never ever been on it. The only hope they had left was for the talisman ranking, but even then, the chances were slim. Hence, in the eyes of the masses, there was even a possibility that Ethereal Sect would choose to give up on the sect competition this time round. Palace, Rain Admiration Pavilion. A man and woman stood side by side. The man was dressed in a yellow robe. Hands behind his back, his forehead was broad and his gaze was filled with wisdom. This was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. The woman beside him wore a faint, pale yellow dress with a ribbon tied around her waist, revealing her exquisite figure perfectly. She was extremely beautiful, graceful and elegant. This was none other than the 3rd princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Emperor's daughter, Ji Yaoxue. Why didn't you come back earlier? The Emperor asked. Ji Yaoxue lowered her head in silence. Frowning, the Emperor turned slightly and asked, "You're still blaming me?" "I wouldn't dare." Ji Yaoxue shook her head gently and her tone was calm. The Emperor sighed, somewhat helplessly. "Swear, you have to know that I will never harm you." If there's a single person in this world that wholeheartedly wishes for your best interests, that would be me. I know that your intentions definitely mean well, father. Ji Yaoxue turned around and looked at the emperor, somewhat indifferently. However, I have grown up. There are many decisions that I wish to make for myself. How do you decide for yourself? Do you really want to become Dao companions with a mortal? The emperor furrowed his brows and looked at the stubborn Ji Yaoxue. Suddenly, he felt furious and could not help but raise his voice. In 100 years' time, you will be in your prime while he would be in his twilight. How are you guys going to face that together? Have you ever thought about these problems? Ji Yaoxue kept her silence and did not wish to argue against the angered emperor. Taking a deep breath of air, the emperor composed himself and suddenly said, I customized a supreme-grade flying sword for you recently. The specifications are entirely according to your preferred weight and design. Go and collect it yourself. A supreme-grade flying sword? Customized? Ji Yaoxue was slightly stunned and looked shocked. However, she snapped out of it almost instantly and probed, it's from Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop? You've heard about Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop as well? The emperor raised his brows, turning to ask. Yes. Ji Yaoxue nodded. In the past year, the reputation of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop has long been spread to our sect. I'm afraid there aren't many people who haven't heard of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. Pausing for a moment, Ji Yaoxue continued, I heard that today's the day for Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop's start of the month auction. My master has long prepared materials and spirit stones to partake in it. That's perfect. The emperor revealed a smile. Go over and take a look. You can conveniently collect your flying sword as well. All you have to do is tell them my name. Ji Yaoxue frowned. For some reason, she felt that there was another meaning behind her father's smile. The emperor continued, I've met this Mo Ling before and he's quite a decent young man. Even though he's only in his early 20s, he is mature. Furthermore, he has already attained such achievements. You wouldn't have been able to imagine that even though he's only a foundation establishment cultivator, Mo Ling is already able to refine supreme grade. Hold on. Seemingly sensing something, Ji Yaoxue interrupted the emperor and asked with raised brows, Father, what are you trying to do? The emperor chuckled. Don't worry, I don't mean anything. I merely want to show you what a true genius looks like. Mo Ling is definitely far superior compared to that Su Zimo. Father. Ji Yaoxue interrupted the emperor once more and shook her head, expressing her displeasure. I don't want that flying sword anymore, nor do I want to meet this Mo Ling. Shuer, listen to me. The emperor said tenderly, there's no disadvantage for you to take a look at this person. It's fine even if you aren't fated with him and don't fancy him. At the very least, you're able to make acquaintances with the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, right? Ji Yaoxue went silent. Seeing that Ji Yaoxue was tempted, the emperor joked. Furthermore, that flying sword was customized for you. If you don't collect it, do you want Mr. Mo to send it over to you personally? There's still 2 more hours before the auction begins and many golden cores must be gathered outside Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Have Bai Yuhan accompany you there. Ji Yaoxue thought about it for a moment before nodding. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was held back by the emperor. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, right, there's a foundation establishment cultivator named Su Xiaoning in Azure Frost Sect. She's an elixir refinement master and I heard that you guys are pretty close. What's her background? At the mention of Su Xiaoning, Ji Yaoxue's expression changed. She looked agitated with a fierce glare in her eyes as she replied loudly, Father, I have cut off all contact with him long ago. Why do you have to keep an eye on the Su family? Father, I told you not to touch anyone from the Su family. This has nothing to do with them at all. With a frosty expression, Ji Yaoxue left the Rain Admiration Pavilion without turning back. The emperor was expressionless as he looked at Ji Yaoxue's back view. However, his eyes shone brightly and a ripple spread within his heart. Ji Yaoxue's sudden agitation coupled with what she said stirred the emperor's suspicions. Su Xiaoning? Someone from the Su family? Why would a disciple of Azure Frost Sect be related to the Su family? Were there truly such coincidences in the world? The emperor's expressions changed continuously alongside his mood. He had a feeling that there was some sort of a secret that was placed right before his eyes and he was just short of addressing the elephant in the room. All of a sudden, the emperor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. A few years ago, the Imperial Army Vice Commander that accompanied Ji Yaoxue to Pingyang town of Yan Country reported that the Su family had 2 sons and a daughter. If Su Xiaoning was the daughter, that would mean that the brother she acknowledged in the capital would be. Chapter 291, Mass Gathering. Chapter 291, Mass Gathering. Mo Ling, Su Zimo. The emperor furrowed his brows as he fell into deep thought. How was that possible? Even though the truth was seemingly out, the emperor was still unwilling to accept it. In his heart, he could not comprehend how the 2 completely different people became one. After some thought, he ordered in a deep voice, "Men." Before long, 2 guards appeared and knelt on one knee. They had respectful expressions as they awaited the emperor's orders. Summon the Imperial Army Vice Commander, Dai Su. The emperor did not know much about the Su family situation and intended to summon Dai Su to ask the latter once more. Upon hearing the emperor's order, the 2 guards froze up and exchanged glances. Looking troubled, they did not leave immediately. What's wrong? The emperor's gaze turned cold. The 2 guards shuddered and one of them replied hurriedly, "Your Majesty, Vice Commander Dai died about 10 days ago and his corpse was discovered in the forest tens of kilometers outside the capital." He's dead? The emperor narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. The other guard said, "Vice Commander Dai's throat was shattered. From the looks of it, the claws of a demon beast should have ripped it apart. Our preliminary guess is that he was attacked by a spirit demon." The emperor asked expressionlessly, "Is his storage bag still there?" "No." The emperor scoffed coldly. "If his storage bag is not there, it means that he was murdered by someone." While spirit demons possessed intelligence, they were unable to open the storage bags of cultivators and as such, it would be meaningless for them to take the storage bags away. Generally speaking, the death of an Imperial Army Vice Commander was nothing much in the palace and news of it would not reach the ears of the emperor. Even if he heard about this news, the emperor would not be bothered about the death of a Foundation establishment cultivator either. However, the emperor felt that something was amiss right now. Things were way too coincidental. Pondering for a moment, the emperor said in a deep voice, "Summon the Imperial Army soldiers who accompanied the 3rd princess to Pingyang town of Yan Country a couple of years ago. Also, summon the soldiers that were patrolling with Dai Su in the palace before his death." Understood. The 2 guards retreated. People came and went on the long streets. Among the crowd, 2 cultivators attracted the attention of many other cultivators who looked on with awe and fear. See that? The emblem on their sleeves and the sect badges on their waists indicate that they're from one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountain Sect. The one in front should be perfected being Yunshan and the young man behind him should be the number 1 of all Foundation establishment cultivators in Southern Mountain Sect, Shijian. I heard that Shijian is extremely strong and has already unlocked 5 meridians. He should be able to get a spot on the spirit ranking. Before long, the 2 of them were submerged in the crowd. Soon, another female cultivator arrived in the crowd that caused another commotion. "Look, that seems to be perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect." "Yes, it's really her. Although she's a little old, she still looks ravishing as ever. Seems like perfected being Yi Ning must be the one leading the group from Azure Frost Sect for the Sect competition. Before long, perfected being Yi Ning left in front of everyone's gazes. Not long later, another 3 cultivators arrived. Their leader was dressed in aquamarine robes and was at Golden Core Realm. With one hand behind his back, his eyes were long and narrow as he walked over slowly with a cold, sharp gaze. That man was accompanied by a man and woman walking side by side behind him. They were both Foundation Establishment cultivators. The man was extraordinarily handsome and his eyes were like stars. Smiling, he was chatting with the woman beside him. She wore a faint green dress and looked to be in her 20s, exuding a gentle temperament with skin as fair as snow. Look, those 3 are from Iridescent Cloud's palace. If I'm not wrong, the aquamarine-robed cultivator at the front should be perfected being Tsang Lang. It's said that he's immensely strong and has even cultivated an extremely powerful golden core phenomenon. He's one of the top experts among golden cores. The handsome man behind him is Si Yutong and he should be here for a spot on the spirit ranking. It's said that he has already unlocked 5 meridians and is a genius of the Iridescent Cloud's Palace Foundation Establishment cultivators. That woman's name is Mengqi or something. She is rather comfortable to look at. To be able to be brought by perfected being Tsang Lang and stand on Si Yutong's side, she's probably rather capable. As everyone discussed, the 3 of them gradually walked away. Look at the cultivators from Southern Mountain Sect, Azure Frost Sect and Iridescent Cloud's Palace. They seem to be walking in the same direction. Could something big be happening over there? Right then, someone suddenly realized and asked aloud. Don't you know? Today is the day for Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's monthly auction. Those cultivators must be heading there to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Listening to the discussions around them, the handsome man from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Si Yutong, smiled. Junior sister, look. The auction that's held at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop at the start of every month is a rare event in the capital. Yes. Shenmengqi nodded and a trace of shock flickered through her eyes. Along the way, almost all the cultivators were discussing about the auction at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop today. Furthermore, they were not the only ones, even Southern Mountain Sect and Azure Frost Sect were taking part as well. The fact that a weapon refinement master could command such immense influence in the capital where he could almost have anything he wanted was something that Shenmengqi was completely impressed with. Even with the strength of her master, perfected being Tsang Lang, he was not able to achieve some influence. Shenmengqi was looking forward to it as she said, I wonder how Mr. Mo looks like. It'll be great if we have a chance of befriending him. That's going to be difficult. Si Yutong shook his head. It said that only a few people had the chance to see Mr. Mo in the 3 years that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had been open. Let alone befriending, even the chance to catch sight of Mr. Mo would be something worth bragging about. Shenmengqi pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. Si Yutong comforted her, however, don't worry too much, junior sister. Master's purpose for heading there is to auction for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. If he succeeds, we might be able to bask in his glory and have a chance to meet Mr. Mo. Shenmengqi nodded. I'll definitely succeed. Right then, perfected being Tsang Lang remarked indifferently with certainty without looking back. He had prepared for 3 years just for this auction and was confident that he would be able to bid for the chance to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Before long, the 3 of them arrived in the vicinity of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Looking over, all 3 of them could not conceal the shock in their eyes and were dumbfounded. Even perfected being Tsang Lang's expression changed slightly. There were way too many people at the entrance of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. A single glance over could tell that there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in the area. It was so densely crowded that it was like a sea of people, it looked extremely majestic. A rough scan of the crowd showed that just golden cores alone amounted to more than 1,000 people. It was rare to see so many golden cores gathered. However, all of them were now gathered in front of this seemingly ordinary residence, looking at it from time to time with expectant expressions. Chapter 292, Auction. Chapter 292, Auction. There's so many people? Ji Yaoxue was a little shocked and she saw the dense crowd before her. Even though she had long heard of the reputation of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, she never expected that an auction at the start of the month would attract so many cultivators. Yaoxue, you have no idea. I heard that this auction could very likely be the last. The person who spoke was dressed in a pure, white shirt. She was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan. The two of them were on very good terms and could address each other as they pleased in private. The last? Ji Yaoxue was puzzled. Bai Yuhan explained, yes, I heard that Mr. Mo's going to leave the capital after the Sect competition. These golden cores are probably worried that they might not have such an opportunity again after Mr. Mo leaves. Pausing for a moment, Bai Yuhan swept her gaze across the crowd not too far away. Look over there. There's golden cores from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Southern Mountains Sect and even your Azure Frost Sect. I reckon that this auction will be extremely intense. Ji Yaoxue nodded somewhat distractedly, looking a little troubled. Noticing Ji Yaoxue's strange behavior, Bai Yuhan asked softly, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Ji Yaoxue lowered her head in silence. You had a fight with your majesty and it's because of that Su Zimo? Bai Yuhan probed further. Yes. Ji Yaoxue replied and did not hide anything. She had spoken to Bai Yuhan about this matter a couple of years ago. Bai Yuhan continued, Your Majesty probably had a motive for letting you collect this supreme-grade flying sword. He wishes for you to get to know Mr. Mo, right? Ji Yaoxue nodded. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister Bai, what do you think of this? Me? Bai Yuhan chuckled. Even though I've never met that Su Zimo, I've met Mr. Mo. I dare to say that Su Zimo is definitely inferior to Mr. Mo. In the Rain Admiration Pavilion, that green-robed cultivator was neither servile nor overbearing. He remained calm against the pressure of two immense forces, True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. The way that he overturned the entire situation with a few words left a deep impression in Bai Yuhan. Ji Yaoxue frowned. Bai Yuhan said, Yaoxue, you may not believe me when I say that. However, you will definitely feel that this Mr. Mo is different from everyone else the moment you meet him. Ji Yaoxue replied indifferently, we'll see. Perfected being Tsang Lang had his hands behind his back and his gaze was cold. Puffing his chest out, he led his two disciples, Shen Mengqi and Si Yutong, into the crowd with a sharp aura. Many people turned around instinctively when they sensed it. Iridescent Cloud's Palace was one of the 5 major sections. In addition, perfected being Tsang Lang was famous and ruthless to begin with. While the crowd pushed against one another, many cultivators were wary and still chose to make a path. Before long, perfected being Tsang Lang and the other two arrived at the front of the crowd. Other than perfected being Tsang Lang and his two disciples, there was perfected being Yun Shan and his legacy disciple from Southern Mountain Sect as well as perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect in the first row. I'm determined to get my hands on the supreme-grade spirit weapon this time round. Don't fight with me for it, fellow Taoists, perfected being Tsang Lang glanced sideways. Even though his tone was calm, it had an unquestionable authority. Fu. Perfected being Yun Shan laughed. Tsang Lang, your words are meaningless. You're determined to get it? So am I. Right after, perfected being Yun Shan turned to ask, what do you think, fellow Taoist Yi Ning? Nothing much. Since it's an auction, we'll just have a fair competition. There's nothing much to think about. Perfected being Yi Ning had prepared a long time for this supreme-grade spirit weapon auction as well and naturally would not leave just because of a single statement from perfected being Tsang Lang. Perfected being Tsang Lang scoffed coldly and said nothing more. Creak. Right then, a small gap opened from the main door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop suddenly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes landed on Mo's spirit weapon workshop's door in excitement and anticipation. A girl came out of the door. Her hair was yellowed and disheveled. However, she was so beautiful that people would subconsciously ignore that flaw. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you're finally out. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you've gotten more beautiful, a golden core said shamelessly. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, it's me. Cough, cough. I'm here again. All the cultivators who had stayed in the capital for over a year knew that Mr. Mo would not appear at every auction and Nian Qi would always be the one hosting. Even though she was dressed like a maidservant and was only at foundation establishment, none of the golden cores present dared to look down on her. Nian Qi did not say anything and pushed down against the air with both hands. That initially noisy scene quietened down. There were tens of thousands of cultivators present with golden cores among them. However, a simple hand gesture from a maidservant was enough to have everyone quieten down. Shen Mengqi's eyes revealed a trace of envy. What sort of an extraordinary character was this person's master if she could possess such power even as a maidservant? I see many new and foreign fellow Taoists present today, so I'll repeat the rules of the auction once more in simple terms. All bidders will obtain a number from me and they will need to prepare 30 sets of materials. The starting price will be at 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones and each bid must be no less than 10,000. The highest bidder will win. With it, Nian Qi took out a large number of jade tokens from her storage bag. They had numbers marked on them and were scattered into the air. Perfected being Tsang Lang waved his sleeves and snatched the first token. Perfected being Yun Shan obtained the second token and perfected being Yi Ning obtained the third. The other numbered tokens were taken away by the many golden cores behind them. While there were many people present, of the tens of thousands of people, most of them were disciples of the golden cores. The true bidders were the thousands of golden cores present. Let the auction begin. The moment Nian Qi's voice faded, someone in the crowd started bidding. An exquisite carriage was parked in a small alley not far away from the crowd. There were two women sitting inside the carriage. One of them was voluptuous with a curvy figure, exuding a mature and alluring aura. The other woman wore a pink dress with a veil over her face. While her appearance could not be seen, each time she blinked her eyes, there was a ripple of light that bewitched one's soul. Auntie Gu, what's the background of this Mo Ling? He's stealing business away from Sky Treasure Auction House with his auction. The girl in pink frowned slightly with a tinge of anger and curiosity in her voice. I'm not sure, the mature woman referred to as Auntie Gu shook her head. I heard father mention that he's a young man in his early 20s. He seems to admire this man a lot and has high regards for him, the girl in pink replied. Why? Our great mistress of the pure maiden sect is personally interested in him? Auntie Gu looked at the girl in pink with an ambiguous smile and asked jokingly. Tisk. The girl in pink pursed her lips in slight disdain and raised her chin, saying confidently, if I were to show myself, all I need to do is beckon my finger at him and that so-called Mo Ling is going to bow beneath my feet obediently. Chapter 293, and the winner is? Chapter 293, and the winner is? Auntie Gu smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from her glabella and scanned through the courtyard of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. That was the spirit consciousness that only nascent souls possess. It was even more powerful than the five senses of cultivators. Unblocked by any obstructions, it could permeate to every single corner like an air current. After a while, Auntie Gu's expression turned extremely strange as her eyes widened in shock. She muttered to herself in disbelief, "It's him? Who?" The girl in pink leaned over and asked curiously, blinking her sparkling eyes. Auntie Gu smiled. "Yenner, this is someone that you can't do anything to even if you beckon your finger." "I don't believe you." The girl in pink pouted and said, "If I meet some old monster, perhaps my powers might not be enough to charm him. But a young man in his early 20s that's hot-blooded? Humph, humph. There's no way he can escape my grasp. What I'm worried about now is that you'll chase after him like a silly lass if he beckons his finger at you." Auntie Gu shook her head and smiled gently. However, a simple motion and smile of hers possessed a flirtatious allure. "Auntie Gu, I'm even more unconvinced when you put it that way." The girl in pink wheedled and pounced into Auntie Gu's arms while fondling wildly with both hands. If any men were to witness this scene, they would definitely lose control instantly. Auntie Gu smiled tenderly and waved her snow-white arms a few times, pushing the girl in pink back. "You don't believe me? You ran off previously with someone without even leaving me a message to tell me that you were safe, making me worried for nothing. Oh my, that's already a couple of years ago. Furthermore, that Su Zimo was rather interesting. It was quite fun teasing him for no reason," the girl in pink giggled. "Is that so?" Auntie Gu laughed. "In that case, this Mo Ling is quite interesting too." Ah. Stunned for a moment, the girl in pink could not react in time. However, she could tell that Auntie Gu was implying something and she could not help but tilt her head slightly in deep thought. After a moment, the girl in pink clutched her mouth and nearly exclaimed. She asked with widened eyes, "Su Zimo, Mo Ling, they can't be the same person, right?" "It's him." Auntie Gu retracted her smile and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop through the curtains. "To think that I have still underestimated him." Of the two women, one of them was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. The other was the pure maiden of Pure Maiden Sect, Demoness Ji, the daughter of the emperor, the great Zhou dynasty's youngest princess. "It's really him?" Demoness Ji clapped and laughed. "Auntie Gu, didn't I say that he was interesting? I really want to know how he did it. Was it only because of that ancient tempering manual? You want to go in and meet him?" Gu Shi could not help but ask after seeing how eager Demoness Ji was. "That's right." Demoness Ji was about to step out of the carriage when she sat back down after sweeping her gaze. "What's wrong?" Gu Shi asked. Demoness Ji shook her head. "Sister's over there. I had better not go." Chuckling, Gu Shi turned back to look in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop in deep thought. Number 975, 1 million. Number 68, 101 million. Number 32, 102 million. In just a short while, the price of the supreme grade spirit weapon had already surpassed 1 million superior grade spirit stones under the immense bidding of the golden cores. Before most of the golden cores present could bid, the price had already exceeded their capabilities and they could merely watch the crowd dejectedly. After crossing the 1 million superior grade spirit stones mark, the speed of the bids slowed down. The golden cores became extremely prudent with every bid, increasing it by 10,000 each time. Normally, the price of a supreme grade spirit weapon would be around 1 million superior grade spirit stones at most. However, supreme grade spirit items were treasures that had limited supply and were rare to see in the market. Typically, cultivators who could obtain supreme grade spirit weapons would use them personally and would not bear to sell it. Furthermore, this bid was for a customized supreme grade spirit weapon and was a once-in-a-blue moon opportunity that was even rarer. In the first row, the golden cores from the major sects of Iridescent Clouds Palace, Southern Mountains Sect and Azure Frost Sect had yet to make their bids. Seeing that the price had already reached 1.11 million, perfected being Zhang Lang said all of a sudden, let's not waste any more time. Number 5 million. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The sudden raise of 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to discourage more than half of the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. 5 million superior-grade spirit stones was not something that every golden core could produce. Spirit stones were consumables after all. For cultivators, the most important thing was still to raise their cultivation realms. If one wanted to raise their cultivation realm, they would have to expend spirit stones to cultivate. Not to mention the golden cores of itinerant cultivators and some minor sects, even perfected being Yunshan and perfected being Yi Ning felt their mouths cramp up slightly. Their expressions changed when they heard of the bid of perfected being Zhang Lang. After perfected being Zhang Lang's bid, a couple of breaths passed without anyone continuing to raise the bid. Number 51 million spirit stones. Right then, perfected being Yi Ning spoke and raised the bid by 10,000. Perfected being Zhang Lang sneered and turned to perfected being Yunshan, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yunshan, aren't you bidding? If you wait any longer, you're not going to have the chance soon." Perfected being Yunshan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Number 52 million. The moment he said that, perfected being Zhang Lang spoke again with a calm expression, Number 8 million. That single statement raised the price by nearly 300,000. Perfected being Yunshan's expression darkened as he glared at perfected being Zhang Lang viciously. Perfected being Yi Ning took a deep breath of air and said slowly, Number 81 million. 2 million superior-grade spirit stones, that was her limit. If it exceeds 2 million superior-grade spirit stones, she would have to back down no matter what. The golden cores at the back were already silent as they watched the scene quietly. The price of the supreme-grade spirit weapon was now so high that it was basically a tussle between perfected being Zhang Lang and perfected being Yi Ning. Even perfected being Yunshan no longer dared to speak. Perfected being Zhang Lang seemed to sense the pressure on perfected being Yi Ning. Raising his brows slightly, he spoke, Number 85 million. Perfected being Yi Ning's heart surged when she caught sight of perfected being Zhang Lang's provocative gaze as she declared loudly, Number 2 million. That was her limit. If perfected being Zhang Lang raised the bid again, she would back off. This time, perfected being Zhang Lang finally laughed as he commented leisurely, Fellow Taoist Yi Ning, that's your limit, right? Number 1 million. Perfected being Yi Ning's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. Her final gambit of raising the price to 2 million was to exert immense pressure on perfected being Zhang Lang, hoping that he could withdraw from the bid. But, it was to no avail. 5 breaths passed and no one raised the bid further. Perfected being Zhang Lang scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. In fact, there was even a vague hint of threat in them. There was a clear meaning in his gaze, whoever dared to cause trouble now would be making an enemy of him. Chapter 294, Our Young Master Makes the Decision. Chapter 294, Our Young Master Makes the Decision. When perfected being Zhang Lang made the high bid of 2.01 million superior-grade spirit stones, there was no longer any suspense in the auction. If even perfected being Yunshan and perfected being Yi Ning who were similarly from the 5 major sects had to lower their heads helplessly, cultivators of minor sects or itinerant cultivators stood no chance at all. As long as 10 breaths passed without anyone raising the bid, the opportunity for customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon this time round would belong to perfected being Zhang Lang. It's basically settled. Outside the crowd, Bai Yuhan said softly. Ji Yaoshua nodded. Yes, judging from perfected being Zhang Lang's attitude and tone, he must have prepared more than 2 million super spirit stones. Bai Yuhan smiled. That determined aura of his alone is enough to suppress the crowd. Even if someone jumped out to raise the bid right now, it would be hard to win against him. Furthermore, they would sow a grudge with him and it wouldn't be worth it. That's right. As the two of them conversed, the 10 breaths passed. Indeed, despite having more than 1,000 golden cores present, none of them had what it took to raise the price. The dust had settled. Perfected being Tsang Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he came prepared, 2 million superior grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him. If someone really jumped in to raise the bid at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue bidding. Thankfully, nothing of the sort happened. Happiness flashed in perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes as he revealed a smile. He could not conceal the delight on his face. In a small alley not far away, Gushi lowered the curtains and said slowly, "Let's go back. There's nothing much to see anymore." "Yes, let's go," Demoness G nodded as well. The driver rode the carriage and began to turn it around. The crowd in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop began to disperse as well. Many golden cores were in low spirits as they looked longingly at the doors of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Perfected being Tsang Lang turned to look at perfected being Yunshan and perfected being Yi Ning at the side, smiling faintly. "Thank you for giving in. Fellow Taoist Tsang Lang is so rich. I truly can't beat you, congrats." Perfected being Yunshan laughed coldly and left with Shijian. Perfected being Yi Ning harumphed coldly without saying anything, but she felt indignant. Perfected being Tsang Lang laughed lightly at the sight of the two of them. Feeling smug, he turned around and raised his chin at Nian Qi. "Hey, young lady. Announce the results." Si Yutong said in a low voice, "Junior sister, master succeeded in his bid. We might have a chance to meet Mr. Mo later." "Yes." Shenmengqi clenched her fists tightly in anticipation and nodded. Ever since the auction began, Nian Qi had not said a single word. She stood in front of the door looking at the many golden cores bidding below with a calm expression. It was only at this moment that Nian Qi raised her voice and said, "I hereby announce that the fellow Taoist who has obtained the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon in this auction is number 3. The crowd was originally starting to disperse. However, everyone's footsteps came to a gradual stop not long after Nian Qi spoke. They had puzzled expressions on their faces. Number 3? Wasn't perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect number 3? Did she announce wrongly or were they hearing things? Everyone turned around subconsciously. In the small alley, just as the carriage was about to leave, a soft hum suddenly sounded from within. "Why number 3? A gentle voice sounded, filled with confusion. Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoshue and Bai Yuhan exchanged glances in shock as well. This. Bai Yuhan was also a little confused as she blinked her eyes. Normally, it's the highest bidder that gets it. Why would it be number 3? Perfected being Tsang Lang's smile froze on his face when he heard Nian Qi's voice at the entrance. Perfected being Yun Shan's footsteps came to a stop as he turned back and looked in deep thought. Perfected being Yi Ning stood rooted on the spot, unable to react for a moment after being struck by the surprise that fell from the skies. "Young lady, did you announce it wrongly?" Perfected being Tsang Lang frowned slightly with a displeased expression. "No." Nian Qi replied naturally. Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression darkened. Flipping out his number token, he showed in and said in a deep voice, "Look carefully, I'm number 1. Earlier on, number 1 was the highest bidder with 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones." "Ho!" Nian Qi nodded. "You're right." Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression relaxed slightly when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Nian Qi changed the topic and said in a serious manner, "But, the one who obtained the right to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon is number 3. Initially, everyone thought that they had misheard things when the result was announced. But this time round, all the cultivators present heard it clearly. Something was happening. The cultivators who had already left gathered in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop at an even faster speed, most of them gloating and waiting to watch the show. There was initially no one left around perfected being Tsang Lang, but in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by people once more. A mocking look flashed in perfected being Yun Shan's eyes as he asked out of pretension, "Fellow Daoist Tsang Lang, what's going on?" "Humph." Perfected being Tsang Lang had an ugly expression on his face as he snorted coldly. Glaring at Nian Qi with a dark expression, he asked slowly, "Young lady, are you joking with me?" A terrifying aura was emanating from perfected being Tsang Lang that slowly closed in to pressure Nian Qi. Everyone could tell that perfected being Tsang Lang was really furious at the moment. Nian Qi was expressionless against perfected being Tsang Lang's oppressive aura as she asked instead, "Do I look like I'm joking?" "Fine. I demand an explanation." Perfected being Tsang Lang strode forward. His long and narrow eyes shone brightly as he questioned with an intimidating aura. Against perfected being Tsang Lang's aggression, Nian Qi looked impatient as she frowned and asked, "What explanation do you need?" "I was clearly the highest bidder at 201 superior grade spirit stones. Why are you giving others the chance to customize a supreme grade spirit weapon?" Perfected being Tsang Lang said slowly, "Young lady, if you didn't hear clearly, I can repeat it to you. I, perfected being Tsang Lang, was the highest bidder. All the cultivators present can vouch for me." "Ho!" Nian Qi responded calmly, and, then? Perfected being Tsang Lang felt a dull pain in his heart as he shuddered and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hopping with rage, he was on the verge of breaking down. However, the other party was carefree as ever. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter when they saw perfected being Tsang Lang's pale expression. "My master was the one who bid for 201 million superior grade spirit stones, didn't you hear that?" Si Yutong, perfected being Tsang Lang's disciple behind him, could no longer take it as he stood out and shouted. Nian Qi covered her ears and replied loudly in a coquettish manner, "What are you shouting for? So what if you're rich?" Her words almost choked Si Yutong to death. Finally, someone burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves any longer. Perfected being Tsang Lang took a deep breath. The muscles on his face and the corners of his eyes were twitching madly as he said with gritted teeth, "You clearly said that the highest bidder would win. I want to ask, where are the rules of Mo's spirit weapon workshop? Where is the fairness?" "Rules? Fairness?" Nian Qi looked at perfected being Tsang Lang with an, "You are so naive" gaze and said, "All the rules and fairness in Mo's spirit weapon workshop are decided by our young master." Chapter 295, Unreasonable. Chapter 295, Unreasonable. In other words, it meant that putting aside the fact that the bid was at 201 million superior grade spirit stones, even if the bid was at 10 million, none of it matters if the young master did not want to make that person a spirit weapon. Perfected being Tsang Lang's face darkened and his mouth twitched. At that moment, he felt an extreme discomfort as though he had just punched a cotton ball and could not exert any strength at all. Sensing the mocking gaze of everyone around, Si Yutong and Shenmengqi felt their cheeks burn in shame. Si Yutong had experienced Nian Qi's savageness in rebuttals and was still shrouded in the trauma of, "So what if you're rich?" so he naturally did not dare to provoke her anymore. Shenmengqi was angry and indignant. She could not help but head up and question, "Fellow Daoist, aren't you unreasonable? It was agreed on at the start that the highest bidder would win. Please don't try to reason with me." Nian Qi waved her hands hurriedly and blinked her big, sparkling eyes as she explained in all seriousness, "That's because Mo's spirit weapon workshop has never been a reasonable place. You." Shenmengqi's body swayed and her face turned pale, she felt stifled and lost. "Ha ha ha." A series of laughter burst forth from the crowd. Naturally, this was a pleasant surprise for perfected being Yi Ning. She stepped forward with a smile and cupped her fists. Thank you, fellow Daoist and Nian Qi. Nian Qi nodded. Perfected being Tsang Lang tried his best to calm himself down and suppress his anger. Young lady, since you said that your young master makes the decision, fine. I want to meet Mr. M.O. You think he's someone you can meet at your behest? Nian Qi glanced sideways at perfected being Tsang Lang and scoffed coldly. Young lady, I don't understand why the rights of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon for this auction went to someone else. But I would like you to inform him that perfected being Tsang Lang of Iridescent Cloud's palace wishes to meet him. Perfected being Tsang Lang reared his head slightly with a proud look in his eyes. I'm sure Mr. M.O. must have heard of my name before. Young lady, I can understand if you're insensible. However, through my experience, I'm advising you not to make a decision for your young master regarding this matter or you might get punished for it. Nian Qi frowned slightly and hesitated. Perfected being Tsang Lang continued, I believe that no one in the territory of the great Zhou dynasty will reject to being friends with me. His words were extremely arrogant and firm. Indeed, perfected being Tsang Lang was qualified to speak of such words given his status and cultivation. No matter what, Nian Qi was not even 20 years old and was still a foundation establishment cultivator. For a moment, she was stunned by perfected being Tsang Lang's aura and could not make a decision. Nian Qi's expression was apprehensive. Prior to this, Su Zimo had only instructed her to ignore any bids from cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. She did not know the reason why either. At this moment, the aggressive and confident aura exuded by perfected being Tsang Lang filled her heart with worry. Was she being too reckless by making an unilateral decision of her own and establishing a powerful foe as such for her young master? Fellow Daoist Nian Qi, since it has already been decided, let's not, perfected being Yi Ning said hesitantly. She was a little anxious that things might change if Nian Qi heads in to ask Mr. M.O. about things. However, she could not bring herself to say everything openly. Perfected being Tsang Lang spoke again with great confidence, I dare to declare that Mr. M.O. will definitely change his mind if you inform him about it. Additionally, if the spirit stones are not enough, I can raise it to 5 million superior-grade spirit stones. Pust. Everyone gasped when they heard that. He raised the bid to 5 million just like that. Everyone could feel perfected being Tsang Lang's determination in getting his hands on that supreme-grade spirit weapon. When she heard that, perfected being Yi Ning sighed and shook her head as well. She could retain her confidence if perfected being Tsang Lang's bid was a mere 10,000 above hers. However, perfected being Tsang Lang's bid was 5 million right now. If she was Mr. M.O., she would choose him as well. Everything aside, the price alone was an entire 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones higher. There was no reason for Mr. M.O. to reject this offer at all. Nian Qi pondered for a moment and said, wait a moment. I'll go in and ask my young master. Returning to the residence, Nian Qi closed the door shut and sped toward Su Zimo's cultivation room. Before long, she arrived in front of his room and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Su Zimo's voice sounded. Nian Qi pushed the door open and went straight to the point. Sir, something happened at the auction. What's wrong? Su Zimo sat on the ground without rising up and asked casually. There was indeed a cultivator from Iridescent Cloud's palace that arrived for this auction. I ignored him entirely and gave the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon to another cultivator. However, Nian Qi sorted out her thoughts before continuing, that Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivator seems rather powerful and says that he wants to meet you. He even said that you must have heard of his name and will definitely change your mind. Oh? Su Zimo raised his brow. Right. Nian Qi added, that iridescent clouds palace cultivator has already raised the bid to 2.5 million superior grade spirit stones. It's an entire 500,000 more than the second place bidder. So amazing? Smiling, Su Zimo turned and stretched his body while asking in a relaxed manner, what's his name? Perfected being Tsang Lang. Su Zimo's actions suddenly paused. What's wrong, sir? Nian Qi asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled with a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. His tone was filled with emotion as he replied softly, nothing, he's an old acquaintance. So, are you meeting him? Nian Qi could not figure out Su Zimo's intentions. Yes, definitely. But now is not the time. Su Zimo replied calmly, furthermore, he's right about one thing. I have indeed changed my mind. By the looks of it, Mo's spirit weapon workshop must have some special rules? Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoxue asked in a puzzled manner. I don't know. Bai Yuhan shook her head. However, there must be some deeper meaning as to why Mr. Mo laid down such a rule. Ji Yaoxue frowned and fell into deep thought. Her gaze changed as she murmured softly, or could it be that Mr. Mo has some sort of a feud with Iridescent Cloud's palace? I'm not sure about any feuds he has with Iridescent Cloud's palace, but I know he's definitely at loggerheads with True Fire Sect, Bai Yuhan replied. Within the carriage in a small alley not far away, Demoness Ji suddenly said, I remember something. Su Zimo seems to have a grudge with perfected being Tsang Lang. Oh? Gu Shi was surprised. Demoness Ji recalled. Back in the palace of Yen country, he killed a cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace and even had another disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace relay the message that he would definitely take the life of perfected being Tsang Lang. If that's the case, that would explain the strange outcome from the auction just now. Gu Shi thought for a moment before shaking her head. However, Su Zimo is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He is still far from being able to take perfected being Tsang Lang's life. One is at Foundation Establishment while the other is at Golden Core, there's definitely a difference in strength. However, they are definitely comparable in terms of status by now, Demoness Ji replied. Everything aside, the mere weight of the words, Mr. Mo was definitely enough to match perfected being Tsang Lang. Now that is clear, the outcome of Nian Qi relaying the message will be. Demoness Ji grinned from ear to ear. Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch. Chapter 296, Kneel Down. Chapter 296, Kneel Down. Xiaoning said softly, Master, don't worry. The maidservant is just ignorant and has not heard of your name, that's understandable. Once she reports the matter, Mr. Mo will definitely change his mind. Yes. Perfected being Tsang Lang nodded. He had the confidence that there was no reason Mr. Mo would reject someone who bid 2.5 million superior grade spirit stones and select somebody else. Xiaoning turned to his side and said tenderly to the dejected Shenmengqi, Junior sister, you don't have to be upset too. There's no need for us to stoop to the level of a maidservant. Right then, the door to the residence opened with a creak and a gap opened. She's out, she's out. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Perfected being Tsang Lang was not the only one, the surrounding cultivators were also awaiting a final outcome. Nian Qi walked out with a calm expression as she looked at perfected being Tsang Lang and nodded. You are right, perfected being Tsang Lang. Our young master has indeed heard of your name and as you have expected, he has changed his mind as well. The dark clouds on perfected being Tsang Lang's face dissipated and he smiled again, looking to his side smugly. Perfected being Yi Ning's eyes dimmed. Although she had expected this outcome, she could not help but feel disappointed still. Xiaoning even sneered unreasonable, little maidservant, didn't your young master ask you to apologize to my master? Nian Qi smiled without saying anything. Time to go, time to go. Some cultivators did not linger and turned to leave the moment they saw that there was an outcome. Nian Qi continued, our young master even said that if it's perfected being Tsang Lang, he's willing to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you for free without accepting any spirit stones. Perfected being Tsang Lang was elated upon hearing that. A huge sense of pride and happiness rose within him over the change from 2.5 million spirit stones to a free customization. Is perfected being Tsang Lang that amazing? He's pretty much. He's only a little over 200 years old and he's already at perfected golden core. He has the greatest hope of advancing to be a nascent soul perfected lord. Perfected being Tsang Lang is truly influential. To think that he could get a free customization. In fact, perfected being Tsang Lang felt lightheaded as he listened to the discussions in the crowd and enjoyed everyone's envious gazes. This was someone who had lived for more than 200 years after all. Perfected being Tsang Lang contained the ecstasy in his heart and nodded his head with cupped fists in every direction. Although he seemed like he was indifferent, as if he had already expected this outcome from the start, he could not hide the smugness between his brows. While perfected being Tsang Lang was able to hold back his excitement and pretend to be calm, his disciple, Xiaoning, could not hold it in any longer as he burst into laughter with a glowing expression. Nian Qi smiled and said, however, my young master said that he has a request for helping you to customize a free supreme-grade spirit weapon. Say it. Perfected being Tsang Lang was in a good mood as he waved his hand and said proudly, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to accommodate. Rest assured, perfected being, this request is very easy for you. Suddenly, Nian Qi retracted her smile. Her tone turned cold as she enunciated word for word, my young master said. He wants you to kneel down. The crowd fell silent. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. Every cultivator present was stunned and dumbfounded, looking towards Nian Qi and perfected being Tsang Lang instinctively. He wants you to kneel down. Although the crowd was noisy, everyone heard those 6 words clearly and there was no mistake about it. Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan were frozen. Not far away, within a carriage in a small alley, a sweet voice sounded with laughter. Ha, I knew it. Su Zimo is very interesting. Xiaotang's laughter stopped abruptly. Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression stiffened. Turning his head slowly, he narrowed his gaze and asked faintly, young lady, what did you just say? If you have the guts to say it again, I'll listen. You didn't hear it clearly? Nian Qi was nonchalant towards perfected being Tsang Lang's threat as she replied indifferently, as long as you kneel down, my young master will refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you. Oh, right. He even said that if you were to kneel down and kowtow, he can refine an additional supreme-grade spirit weapon for you. Humiliation. Although the cultivators present did not know why Mr. Mo would make such a decision, it was a complete and absolute humiliation to perfected being Tsang Lang. No matter how valuable a supreme-grade spirit weapon was, how could perfected being Tsang Lang kneel in front of everyone? While kneeling down was easy, he would definitely lose all face in the cultivation world from this day forth. Fufufu. Perfected being Tsang Lang suddenly laughed. You're a foundation establishment cultivator, a mere maidservant. How dare you insult a golden core? Even if this is the capital, I can kill you right now. Perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes shone with a cold killing intent. His hands that were originally behind his back were now placed on his storage bag and his voice was chilling. Everyone could sense perfected being Tsang Lang's killing intent. In the eyes of everyone, Nian Qi was only a maidservant. Given perfected being Tsang Lang's status and position, he might not be severely punished if he were to kill a maidservant forcefully right now. Nian Qi's expression remained unchanged as she continued, "Our young master has already expected that you would definitely be enraged out of shame upon hearing the request and that you will try to kill me. However, this is the capital. If you dare to strike first, the other cultivators will have enough reason to stop you." He. Perfected being Tsang Lang smiled. "Who would dare stop me for a mere maidservant like you?" Nian Qi nodded. "That's why my young master said that whoever beheads you will get a customized supreme-grade spirit weapon from him." Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression changed. Those were savage words that had set him on fire. The other party was not only humiliating him, they were forcing him to endure it with nowhere to vent. At this moment, as long as perfected being Tsang Lang dared to attack Nian Qi, the other cultivators would have enough reason to strike and they would definitely join forces to kill him. After all, his head could be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit weapon, who wouldn't be tempted? Even if some of the cultivators were worried about his status and did not dare to attack, the commanders of the Scarlet Vulture and Azure Falcon Guards had already approached not far away. If he dared to make any movements out of the blue, those two would definitely strike without hesitation. Perfected being Tsang Lang looked extremely ugly and unpredictable. No matter what, his pride was completely smashed today. However, perfected being Tsang Lang could not understand why Mo Ling hated him so much. The fact that he was able to get to where he was today meant that his hands had already been tainted by endless fresh blood. He no longer remembered when and where he sowed a grudge with any cultivator with the surname of Mo. From the looks of it, Mr. Mo definitely knows me then? Perfected being Tsang Lang was a top golden core cultivator after all, and he adjusted himself quickly. A look of mockery flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "Since we were acquaintances, why is he being mysterious and hiding inside instead of meeting me directly?" Nian Qi replied, "My young master said that he would definitely meet you, but now is not the time." "When will be the time then?" "The sect competition." "All right." Perfected being Tsang Lang nodded and said coldly, "Come that time, I'll see for myself just who this Mo Ling is." Chapter 297, Invitation from the Young Master. Chapter 297, Invitation from the Young Master. Now that everything was as such, perfected being Tsang Lang naturally could not stay any longer. With a darkened expression, he turned to leave with his two disciples. As perfected being Tsang Lang left, the many surrounding cultivators began to disperse as well. In a small alley, a coachman drove a horse carriage into the distance. Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan stood at the side, looking emotional after witnessing the entire auction. Bai Yuhan said, "Did you see that? Mr. Mo played with perfected being Tsang Lang in the palms of his hands without even making an appearance such that the latter could only leave in shame." Ji Yaoxue nodded as a look of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Mr. Mo is indeed impressive. He expected all of perfected being Tsang Lang's reactions beforehand and dealt with it. Pausing for a moment, Ji Yaoxue smiled. "If father had not told me that he's only a young man in his 20s, would have thought that it was some scheming old man." Fu. Bai Yuhan looked at Ji Yaoxue slyly and chuckled. "Why? Are you starting to get curious about Mr. Mo?" Ji Yaoxue shook her head and smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, when you see Mr. Mo later on, you will forget that Su Zimo cleanly," Bai Yuhan assured her. Just as the two of them conversed, perfected being Yi Ning had already handed Nian Qi a storage bag with 30 sets of materials and 2 million superior-grade spirit stones for the supreme-grade spirit weapon. Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan headed towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Perfected being Yi Ning seemed to have said something to Nian Qi, causing the latter to shake her head. That had perfected being Yi Ning turning to leave with a disappointed look. "Greetings, Master." Ji Yaoxue happened to approach and bowed slightly, greeting in a gentle voice. Although Ji Yaoxue was dressed ordinarily right now and bowed towards perfected being Yi Ning, she exuded an air of royalty from head to toe that was extremely noble. Ah, Yaoxue. You don't have to bow. Perfected being Yi Ning nodded and stretched her hands to help Ji Yaoxue up. While the disciples of Azure Frost Sect did not know of Ji Yaoxue's identity, she knew. Ji Yaoxue was only at Azure Frost Sect to cultivate for 10 years. Thereafter, she would return to the capital of Great Zhou for the Sect competition and she would never return to Azure Frost Sect ever again. In fact, now that Ji Yaoxue had returned to the capital, her status as a princess was already reverted. Congratulations, Master. Ji Yaoxue smiled and said. Fu. Perfected being Yi Ning could not hide the joy in her eyes as she chuckled. It's a freak accident and totally by fate. Who would have thought that Mr. Mo would have chosen me in the end? Bai Yuhan asked, what did you say to Nian Qi earlier on, fellow Daoist Yi Ning? I wanted to meet Mr. Mo to thank him in person, but he didn't agree and rejected me right away. Perfected being Yi Ning smiled bitterly. Ji Yaoxue consoled her, from what fellow Daoist Nian Qi said, Mr. Mo will appear for the Sect competition. You'll definitely see him then. Yes, I hope so. The three of them chatted for a while before perfected being Yi Ning left. Ji Yaoxue turned around and smiled. See, the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty is not someone you can meet at any moment. Even my master was given the cold shoulder. We'll just give it a try. Who knows, we might succeed. Bai Yuhan joked, at the very most, we'll just announce your title as the third princess and we might be able to change the situation. Sister Bai, you're teasing me again, Ji Yaoxue shook her head and laughed. The two of them walked up and Bai Yuhan knocked on the door. Before long, the door opened to the knock and Nian Qi poked her head out. She looked at Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan curiously with her big, sparkling eyes. The auction has already ended. Fellow Taoists, you are late. Ji Yaoxue smiled gently. Fellow Taoist, we're not here for the auction. The Emperor customized a supreme-grade spirit weapon through Mr. Mo previously and I'm here to collect it. Oh. Nian Qi came to a sudden realization as she looked at Bai Yuhan. She recalled that this was the commander of the White Hawk Guards. Since this yellow-robed lady was with Bai Yuhan, there should be no mistake. Please wait a moment. The supreme-grade spirit weapon is with our young master. I'll retrieve it right away. Nian Qi said and was about to close the door. Hey! Hey! Bai Yuhan held Nian Qi back when she saw that Ji Yaoxue was looking indifferent and did not mention anything about wanting to meet Mo Ling. Coughing softly, she said, fellow Taoist Nian Qi, can we enter with you and visit Mr. Mo? After all, we've been admiring him for a long time. Nopes. Nian Qi shook her head without thinking. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Bai Yuhan and asked confusedly, Commander Bai, haven't you met my young master before? I did, but she hasn't. Bai Yuhan pointed at Ji Yaoxue who was beside her. Nope still. Nian Qi still shook her head and closed the door. Right, she's the third princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. Hey, Bai Yuhan hurriedly called out, not knowing if Nian Qi heard her. Ji Yaoxue could not help but laugh. Sister Bai, stop shouting. Don't you find it embarrassing when they're ignoring you? I do. Bai Yuhan pouted. If he doesn't want to meet us, so be it. What's so great about him? After a while, the door opened once more and Nian Qi appeared in a flash, looking at Ji Yaoxue with a curious expression. Where's the supreme-grade spirit weapon? We'll leave after taking it. Bai Yuhan felt indignant after being rejected twice in a row by Nian Qi. Nian Qi said, the spirit weapon is with our young master. Frowning, Bai Yuhan asked, then what were you doing just now? Nian Qi bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture as she smiled gently. Our young master invites you in. Both Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan were stunned. The two of them originally thought that they would never be able to meet Mr. Mo. But now, things had taken a sudden spin. Mr. Mo's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Ji Yaoxue was rather calm and composed. To her, it did not matter whether or not she met him. However, Bai Yuhan smiled delightedly as she pulled Ji Yaoxue's wrist while urging, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. Under Nian Qi's lead, the two of them entered the residence hailed as the most mysterious in the capital of Great Zhou. The houses in the courtyard were neat and tidy and the courtyard itself was clean with the lawn neatly arranged. Not far away, there was a stone table and a couple of stone stools. Apart from those, there was nothing else. On the shore beside Jishui River, a large black dog that was covered in scales sprawled down, seemingly resting with its eyes closed. Please have a seat. Nian Qi led the two of them to the stone table where there was already a pot of tea. It was emitting steam and a fragrant aroma. Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan sat down where they were served a cup of tea each by Nian Qi. Bai Yuhan felt uneasy seeing Nian Qi like this. While Nian Qi seemed like she was a maidservant on the surface, there were not many cultivators in the capital of Great Zhou that could have her pouring tea for them. Sister Yaoxue, it's really you. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded nearby. Ji Yaoxue turned around and saw Su Xiaoning sprinting towards her with a delighted expression. Xiaoning, why are you here? Ji Yaoxue was stunned. Right then, another voice rang out, gentle as jade. Miss Ji, how have you been? Chapter 298, You Are Mr. Mo? Chapter 298, You Are Mr. Mo? Ji Yaoxue's petite body shuddered slightly as she turned around. Not far away, a delicate and scholarly cultivator strode over. He wore green robes that fluttered gently in the wind and he had clear eyes with a faint smile on his face. Ji Yaoxue was stunned, stuck in a trance for a long time. For some reason, she felt a lump in her throat as tears welled up in her eyes. That figure had appeared in her mind countless times. Yet, now that she actually saw it, everything felt surreal. It was as though everything else was silent as the only thing reverberating in her ears was that sentence, Miss Ji, how have you been? You're good. So, you knew Mr. Mo long ago but you've kept it so well hidden from me. Bai Yuhan leaned in and whispered to Ji Yaoxue. When she heard that, Ji Yaoxue gradually returned to her senses. By then, the green-robed man was already close to her. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Bai Yuhan stood up immediately and cupped her fists. The green-robed man merely nodded. He shifted his gaze and looked at Ji Yaoxue's beautiful face again with a smile in his eyes. Bai Yuhan looked at Ji Yaoxue, then back at the green-robed man. She was confused. If they knew each other, why were they not saying anything? If they did not know each other, what did Mr. Mo mean by that question earlier? You are Mr. Mo? After a while, Ji Yaoxue finally spoke. I think so. The green-robed man nodded. Should I call you young Master Su, Mr. Mo or Zimo? As you wish. As soon as he said that, the two of them looked at one another and smiled as though telepathically, just like before. Have a seat. Su Zimo pointed to the stone stool beside him and sat down with Ji Yaoxue. Bai Yuhan stood rooted to the ground, still in a daze. What young Master Su? What Zimo? Bai Yuhan turned around and hurried to Ji Yaoxue's side, asking in confusion, Yaoxue, what did you mean by young Master Su and Zimo earlier on? This is Mo Ling. Mr. Mo. Ji Yaoshua smiled without saying anything and turned to look at Su Zimo. Glancing at Bai Yuhan, Su Zimo said frankly, "Let's get to know each other again. I am Su Zimo." "Which Su Zimo?" Bai Yuhan was a little confused and asked subconsciously. "Su Zimo of Yen country." "Ah!" Bai Yuhan exclaimed, and her face was filled with disbelief. "You're that useless Su Zimo who has no spirit root and is unable to cultivate?" At the mention of the word useless, Ji Yaoshua frowned. She glanced sideways and said softly, "Sister Bai." Nian Qi was displeased and could not help but blurt, "Commander Bai, how can you say something like that? If my young master is useless, who isn't useless in this world? How is this possible?" For a moment, Bai Yuhan was unable to accept the truth as her eyes darted between Su Zimo, Ji Yaoshua, Nian Qi, and Su Xiaoning. None of them seemed like they were joking. In Bai Yuhan's memories, Su Zimo from Yen country and Mr. Mo who was before her were from completely different worlds. One was high up in the heavens. As the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, he was renowned and almost all golden cores wanted to befriend him. The other was far down on the ground. Born from a small vassal state far away, he had no spirit root and was unable to cultivate, a most common mortal. How did the two people become one? Su Zimo smiled and replied indifferently, "That's right, there are many impossible things in this world." Ji Yaoshua changed the topic and asked curiously, "Why are you called Mo Ling?" Su Zimo pointed to the plaque above the door. Mo Ling is merely the name of the weapon workshop. However, others instinctively thought that it was my name. Because I'm too lazy to explain anything, that was how it spread. To think that you've changed so much after not seeing you for a couple of years. You are now Mr. Mo who is renowned throughout the capital and it's difficult to even meet you, Ji Yaoshua teased. Su Zimo laughed as well. You've already reported your title as the third princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, how would I dare to not meet you? Ji Yaoshua covered her mouth and chuckled while rolling her eyes at Bai Yuhan. It's all Sister Bai's fault. In Bai Yuhan's eyes, Ji Yaoshua seemed to have changed into another person ever since she met Su Zimo. The gloominess in her eyes were gone and they were now beautiful like clear waters. She smiled enchantingly with every word and action of hers and was extremely beautiful. Pondering for a moment, Ji Yaoshua continued, "Right, father has high regards for you as well." "Of Mo Ling, you mean?" Su Zimo's tone was calm. "It's all the same. You're both the same person," Ji Yaoshua replied. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. He knew clearly well that if the Emperor of Great Zhou knew that he was Mo Ling, it would be hard to tell the kind of attitude the latter would have towards that fact. The Emperor's heart was unfathomable. If he was enraged, he would be able to find sufficient reason to kill Su Zimo. "The supreme-grade spirit weapon that your majesty customized was a gift for you, right?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes." Ji Yaoshua nodded and extended her palms with a smile. "Hand it over. I want to see the quality of a flying sword customized by Mr. Mo and whether it catches my eye." Su Zimo grinned and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. The sword was 3 feet long and about 2 feet wide. It was engraved with mysterious mystical patterns and was breathtaking. It could be described as a work of the gods. Su Zimo injected spirit energy to it. Whoosh! The sword lit up with 4 spirit patterns in a bedazzling manner. A 4-pattern supreme-grade spirit weapon. Bai Yuhan's eyes flashed with envy as she looked at the flying sword. Even though she was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, she did not possess a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Ji Yaoshua received the flying sword with both hands and wiped her fingers across the sword. She could sense the coldness of the sword but a current of warmth seeped into her heart. Buzz! Brushing her finger against the tip of the sword, Ji Yaoshua flicked it gently and the sword trembled, reverberating with a clear ringing sound. The sound of the sword alone was enough to tell that even amongst supreme-grade spirit weapons, this was definitely a top-notch flying sword and was infinitely close to being a perfect spirit weapon. Su Zimo took out another long pale yellow dress from his storage bag and passed it to Ji Yaoxue. "This dress is for you too." Ji Yaoxue took it. The pale yellow dress was extremely thin and light with a hint of coldness to it. Ji Yaoxue's heart stirred and she injected spirit energy into the dress. Whoosh! 4 rays of light burst from the dress, shining brightly. Ah! Both Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan exclaimed at almost the same time. It was another supreme-grade spirit weapon. And it was an extremely rare defensive supreme-grade spirit weapon at that. The cutting of the dress seemed as though it was custom-made for Ji Yaoxue entirely. At that moment, Bai Yuhan was no longer filled with envy, it was jealousy. This was way too extravagant. Who would give away supreme-grade spirit weapons as gifts just like that? Ji Yaoxue lowered her head and pretended to check out the dress in her hands. However, her cheeks were slightly red and her heart was racing. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he noticed Ji Yaoxue's expression. He had only given her the dress because he saw Ji Yaoxue as a good friend. Furthermore, she was his and the Su family's benefactor. Su Zimo did not wish to cause Ji Yaoxue's misunderstanding. After pondering for a moment, he said in a seemingly casual manner, "I just bought some 1,000-year-old sky silk recently and made them into 3 dresses. Apart from you, Xiaoning and Nian Qi each have one too." When she heard that, Ji Yaoxue's eyes dimmed. However, she recovered very quickly and was smiling by the time she raised her head. "Thank you very much then." Chapter 299, Hongmen Banquet. Chapter 299, Hongmen Banquet. Xiaoning blinked and could tell that there was something wrong between the two of them. Thus, she held Ji Yaoxue's hand and smiled. "Sister Yaoxue, why have you only just returned? I've missed you." Ji Yaoxue rubbed Xiaoning's forehead and asked tenderly, "How are you doing in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop? Did anyone bully you?" Su Xiaoning froze momentarily and averted her gaze while smiling. "No, all the seniors are taking good care of me." Ji Yaoxue hummed softly. While Xiaoning had hidden herself well, Ji Yaoxue still found some contradictions. She turned to look at Su Zimo and asked with a frown, "Zimo, what happened?" "Nothing much, Sister Yaoxue." "Stop asking," Su Xiaoning added hurriedly. Ji Yaoxue smiled faintly. "Even if you and your brother refuse to tell me, is there anything that can be hidden from me within the great Zhou dynasty if I want to know about it?" "It's nothing much. There's just a cultivator in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop called Yang Yu who has a feud with you, I guess." Su Zimo spoke but did not elaborate. Back in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, he had already told Yang Yu that someone would deal with her. "It's her?" There was a cold glint in Ji Yaoxue's eyes as her aura changed immediately. "I've already warned that Yang Yu not to provoke me anymore." It was only at this moment that a unique sense of royalty dignity and ferociousness was exuded from Ji Yaoxue. Her body carried the bloodline of the emperor after all, that was someone who could smite 1,000,000 corpses in a fit of anger. Right then, a red dot flew over from the void not far away. It was extremely fast and was headed towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Bai Yuhan frowned. "It's the Scarlet Vulture Guards. What are they coming over for?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. Not long after, several dozen Scarlet Vulture Guards descended outside Mo's spirit weapon workshop and the leader of the group was a bald man with no eyebrows. He was none other than the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. Bald Vulture rode on a Scarlet Vulture expressionlessly and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty has given orders for the third princess to return to the palace. Also, Your Majesty is holding a banquet at the Rain Admiration Pavilion and Mr. Mo is invited to it. Ji Yaoxue frowned. She could tell that something was amiss through Bald Vulture's eyes. Commander Bald Vulture, did Father mention why he is setting up a banquet for Mr. Mo? Ji Yaoxue's eyes sparkled as she stared into Bald Vulture's eyes and asked with a raised voice. Bald Vulture bowed slightly and averted Ji Yaoxue's gaze. I don't know. Ji Yaoxue's heart sank. She had grown up in the palace since she was a child and knew everything about it. She could sense a faint killing intent emanating from Bald Vulture. That killing intent was definitely not directed at her. It went without saying who it was directed to. Don't go. Ji Yaoxue turned around and shook her head at Su Zimo with a grave expression. Su Zimo smiled calmly. In truth, he had expected this day to arrive. When he acknowledged Su Xiaoning in the capital more than a month ago, he had already expected that given the emperor's intellect, it was only a matter of time before the latter discovered his true identity. Furthermore, there was no way he could hide his identity at the Sect competition. Su Zimo had not intended to hide it either. Now that the emperor had set up a banquet and the Scarlet Vulture guards had appeared, it was basically confirmation that his identity had already been exposed. This was clearly a Hongmen banquet. However, Su Zimo had to attend it. This was the capital of Great Zhou, he had no other choice. I'll accompany you. Ji Yaoxue had also realized that even if Su Zimo were to reject the invitation, the Scarlet Vulture guards were going to bring him along forcefully. By then, things might get worse. You guys stay here and await my return. Don't worry. Su Zimo turned around and reminded Nian Qi and Xiaoning before glancing at Night Spirit who was sprawled in a corner. Let's go. Su Zimo, Ji Yaoxue, and Bai Yuhan each got onto a Scarlet Vulture and sped towards the palace under Bald Vulture's lead. After a while, everyone arrived at the palace. Flying was forbidden within the palace and everyone got down from the Scarlet Vultures. Bald Vulture bowed. Third Princess, please head back. I'll lead Mr. Mo to the banquet right now. I'm coming along as well. Even though Ji Yaoxue's tone was calm, it was unquestionable. Bald Vulture frowned darkly and said in a low voice, Third Princess, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm only following orders. Oh? Ji Yaoxue asked indifferently, you have objections towards me making things difficult for you? Instantly, Bald Vulture's heart skipped a beat as he replied hurriedly, I wouldn't dare. Turning around, Ji Yaoxue's gaze was sharp and intimidating as she questioned, your orders are to bring Mr. Mo with you. How am I conflicting with your orders by following along? Bald Vulture was speechless. Within the palace of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoxue seemed to have transformed into a different person as she revealed her prowess and displayed a unique sense of dominance and royal dignity. Ji Yaoxue asked again, I've just returned from Azure Frost Sect and haven't had dinner with Father for a long time. Now that he's hosting a banquet today and I want to join him for a meal, you're trying to stop me? I wouldn't dare. Bald Vulture found himself breaking out in cold sweat against Ji Yaoxue's 3 consecutive questions. Ji Yaoxue waved her hands. Lead the way. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Bald Vulture glared at Su Zimo gloomily before nodding his head reluctantly. Everyone headed towards the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Rain Admiration Pavilion. On the small path in the middle of the pool, cold-looking Imperial Army soldiers guarded both sides. They wielded long sabers and axes while exuding a faint scent of bloodlust. These were truly Imperial Army soldiers who had experienced battle and undergone a baptism of blood. The cultivation of these Imperial Army soldiers were at perfected foundation establishment, they were above Su Zimo. As for how many meridians they had unlocked, the spirit-peering art could not reveal that. The remaining Scarlet Vulture guards remained outside while Su Zimo, Ji Yaoxue, Bald Vulture, and Bai Yuhan passed the Emperor's imperial army and entered the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The moment they entered, Su Zimo felt a murderous aura. A ring of cultivators surrounded the Rain Admiration Pavilion, all of them at Golden Core Realm. They glared at Su Zimo with cold, expressionless eyes. Within the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a table was set in the middle with exquisite dishes that were still emitting steam displayed. A noble middle-aged man dressed in the Emperor's robes sat in the seat opposite the entrance. His forehead was wide and he had a gaze deep as water where his emotions were impossible to read. The Emperor of Great Zhou. The Emperor's gaze was fixed on Su Zimo's face, lingering for the longest time as though he was scrutinizing to determine carefully just who this green-robed scholar was. Coupled with the fact that he had ascended the throne for a long time, the Emperor's razor-sharp gaze naturally carried an authority that looked down on the masses such that even cultivators would not dare to meet it head-on. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm and he met the Emperor's gaze without any intention of avoiding it at all. Perhaps Su Zimo might have felt a little guilty if this was in the past. However, he had ascended to fame and gathered influence in the past 3 years under the name of Mo Ling. In addition, Su Zimo was someone with an innate sharpness to begin with. Even the Emperor's authority was not enough to suppress someone like him. Chapter 300, Unsolvable Trap. Chapter 300, Unsolvable Trap. The Emperor retracted his gaze from Su Zimo and instantly, the suppressive feeling earlier on disappeared as though everything was just a hallucination. Come here, Shuer. Turning his head slightly, the Emperor looked at Ji Yaoxue and smiled while beckoning with his hand. Ji Yaoxue frowned slightly and did not budge. The Emperor asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You don't wish to have a meal with your father?" At that moment, the Emperor had a kind and benevolent expression as he looked at Ji Yaoxue endearingly. He looked completely like a slightly aged father. While Su Zimo could not sense any killing intent or enmity from the Emperor, his spirit perception told him that this person was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, he was at the edge of life and death. Ji Yaoxue hesitated for a moment before she walked over slowly and sat down beside the Emperor as per his intentions. "Father, Mr. Mo. Let's eat." He interrupted her before she could continue. Although his tone was calm, it was impossible to rebut him. With that said, the Emperor started eating the dishes on the table as if no one else was around. He ate elegantly and chewed slowly without letting out any sound. At that moment, even Ji Yaoxue could not figure out the Emperor's thoughts. She glanced at Su Zimo, feeling perturbed. While she looked like she was eating as well, everything tasted like wax to her. In the Rain Admiration Pavilion, Su Zimo seemed to have become an extra person. The Emperor seemed to have forgotten about him as he was left standing on the spot. Su Zimo smiled calmly and was not vexed. With one hand behind his back, he strolled to the side and looked at the pleasant scenery outside in a leisurely manner. Time passed bit by bit. The Rain Admiration Pavilion was silent and Su Zimo seemed to be completely immersed in the beautiful scenery, forgetting everything around him. At that moment, Bai Yuhan nodded her head with admiration. Not everyone could remain this calm before the Emperor of Great Zhou. After a long while, the Emperor wiped his mouth and a chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Ji Yaoxue put down her utensils and coughed lightly. "Take it away." In part, Ji Yaoxue was summoning the maidservant to take the dishes away. At the same time, it was a reminder for Su Zimo. He gradually came back to his senses and returned to stand not far away from the Emperor. "Should I call you Mr. Mo, or Su Zimo?" The Emperor spoke suddenly and asked directly without beating around the bush. Su Zimo replied, "Both works. It depends on which one your Majesty prefers." Bang! The Emperor's palm struck the table heavily all of a sudden, giving off a loud bang. Ji Yaoxue was shocked. Su Zimo, are you aware of your crimes? The emperor slapped the table and stood up. Instantly, his aura changed completely, as though he was an angry lion that was gushing forth with an immensely intimidating pressure. Those words were deafening like the sound of a huge bell. Su Zimo's body swayed. Against the pressure of the emperor, he felt like he was suffocating, his security was at stake now and his head could fall at any moment. Father, Ji Yaoshue's expression changed as she stood up hurriedly. Don't interfere in this matter. The emperor did not even look at her as he waved his sleeves gently, sending Ji Yaoshue to the side. Ji Yaoshue did not know what spell he used, but she could not move her body at all. While she was agitated and her eyes revealed endless worry, she could not speak at all. Su Zimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were brimming with a dazzling light of life. What are my crimes? Su Zimo asked instead. The emperor's gaze was dark as he said slowly, you hid your identity in front of me. That's deceiving the emperor and you should be executed. Everyone in the Rain Admiration Pavilion could sense the emperor's killing intent. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he replied calmly, Your Majesty, you have never asked me about it. How does that equate to me hiding things from you? Bullshit. The emperor shouted, back in Mo's spirit weapon workshop, I asked you personally what sect you were from and who your master was. How dare you try to deny now that things have come to this? Su Zimo replied indifferently, that day, your majesty paid a visit in secret. How was I to know of your identity, your majesty? The emperor frowned slightly. Su Zimo's meaning was simple, the source of this matter was not him, but the emperor. Right from the start, the emperor had not inquired about Su Zimo's background using his identity as the emperor. As such, there was naturally no way the latter was deceiving the emperor. No matter what, Su Zimo had saved Ji Yaoshue's life before. Furthermore, his alter ego was Mr. Mo, who was renowned throughout the capital. In terms of both logic and sentimentality, the emperor should not kill Su Zimo. However, the moment the emperor found out about the truth, he felt a sense of shame as though he was played and cheated by someone. He would feel indignant if he were to let Su Zimo leave just like this. He wanted to kill, but he did not want to kill at the same time. The conflict within the emperor's heart had reached an extreme. That was why he had to look for a reason that he could convince himself with if he wanted to kill Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, when Su Zimo entered the Rain Admiration Pavilion, his spirit perception had already sensed the immense reason, that was because the emperor wanted to kill him but lacked a reason. That was also the reason why the emperor left Su Zimo hanging on the spot. As long as Su Zimo did anything unusual, the emperor would strike immediately and kill him on the spot. Normally, someone of Su Zimo's age would be the most brash. Coupled with his title as the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, he would definitely be enraged for being ignored as such. He would then either rush up and reason about it or turn to leave. No matter which choice it was, Su Zimo would have definitely died. However, of all things, he was neither angry nor vexed and walked to the side to admire the scenery. Helpless, the emperor could only strike again and accuse him of deceiving the emperor while using that as an excuse to kill him. However, Su Zimo managed to resolve the contradiction within a couple of sentences, leaving the emperor without any reason to refute. Although everything seemed like it was a simple exchange of words, there were swords and sabers lying beneath. A single mistake and Su Zimo's blood would fill the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Ji Yaoshue, who had seen through everything, heaved a sigh of relief and her expression eased slightly. Very good. The emperor nodded expressionlessly and his tone was cold. No one could tell if he was giving a compliment or being sarcastic. Let's leave the matter of deceiving the emperor aside first. The emperor's gaze was cold as he asked in a frosty voice, do you admit that you killed the Imperial Army soldier, Dai Su? As long as that matter was thoroughly investigated, Su Zimo would definitely be implicated. Back then, Dai Su had tailed Su Zimo after catching sight of him outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The fact that he died that very night made it obvious who the murderer was. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before nodding. I killed him. All right. A cold glint flashed in the Emperor's eyes. Since you admit it, there's nothing to say anymore. A life for a life. Raising his head, Su Zimo looked at the Emperor and asked, why can't I kill Dai Su since he wanted to kill me? As long as someone wishes to kill you, you have to kill them in return? The Emperor raised his brows. Yes. Su Zimo replied without hesitation. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked, then, I want to kill you now. What do you want? Ji Yaoxue shuddered when she heard that question. This was an unsolvable question. No matter how Su Zimo replied, he would be in the wrong. If he displayed weakness and did not dare to rebut, he would be contradicting his previous statement and the Emperor could go along with that flow and kill him. If Su Zimo's stance was overly tough and replied that he would kill the Emperor, that would be regicide and he would definitely be killed. It was an unsolvable trap. Chapter 301, Save the both of them before. Chapter 301, Save the both of them before. Then, I want to kill you now. What do you want? The Emperor's question was like a sword with a sharp edge that stabbed forth, sealing all of Su Zimo's retreat paths. His killing intent was almost tangible at this point. Shrouded by that killing intent, Su Zimo could not move at all. The Rain Admiration Pavilion fell into an eerie, terrifying silence. Even Bai Yuhan, who was standing at the side, felt a sense of trepidation, let alone Su Zimo who was at the vortex of the storm. The Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable to begin with. Coupled with the unique aura possessed by the Emperor, this was a sort of pressure that ordinary people would not be able to endure. Even if it was a golden core in place of Su Zimo, he would be kneeling with a frightfully pale expression. However, Su Zimo stood upright, neither servile or overbearing with a straight back. You want to kill me? Su Zimo finally spoke and paused for a moment. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Ji Yaoxue could vaguely sense something and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Raising his head, Su Zimo had a deep gaze that shone with a demonic glint as he stared back and said slowly, you want to kill me, so first, I'll kill. What are you guys doing? Before Su Zimo could say, you, a gentle and soft voice rang from outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. It was soothing and interrupted Su Zimo's sentence. His heart skipped a beat, that was a familiar voice. Everyone glanced in the direction of the voice. A young girl in a light pink dress stood with her head tilted to the side. She had an innocent look on her face as she looked into the Rain Admiration Pavilion with a curious and pure expression. The moment he saw that girl, the killing intent within the Emperor's eyes vanished instantly. While he was still suppressing Su Zimo with his aura, his gaze had turned extremely tender, as though he was worried he might scare the girl. Yenner, why are you here? The Emperor's tone sounded reproachful and doting. The girl in pink wheedled, I heard that sister has returned. I missed her so I came back to take a look too. Sister, why are you standing there motionlessly and crying? When the girl in pink walked into the Rain Admiration Pavilion, she asked with raised brows, looking confused and innocent at the sight of Ji Yaoxue weeping at the side. The Emperor released an invisible force from between his brows inconspicuously, removing the restraints on Ji Yaoxue. He said in a deep voice, Schwer, leave this place first along with Yenner. I'm not leaving. Ji Yaoxue looked at the Emperor with teary eyes and shook her head resolutely. Ah! Right then, the girl in pink suddenly exclaimed and covered her cherry lips. She looked at Su Zimo with an incredulous expression while her eyes were filled with surprise. Young Master Su. Is that you? The girl in pink ran to Su Zimo's side excitedly and clutched his arm with a death grip, refusing to let go as though she was afraid he might disappear the next moment. Everyone was stunned. Apart from Su Zimo, everyone else in the Rain Admiration Pavilion gaped at the scene in astonishment. The Emperor was stunned as well, subconsciously removing the pressure he was applying on Su Zimo, afraid that the girl in pink might be accidentally injured. Su Zimo was rather calm. The moment she entered, he had already recognized her. This was the fiend heir of the pure maiden sect, Demoness G. However, she looked angelic and innocent right now. With a charming and ignorant gaze, she was like a naive and ignorant girl. If not for the fact that they were identical in appearance, Su Zimo would not have dared to confirm it. However, he recalled that Demoness G indeed had such capabilities. Be it innocent, charming, elegant or pitiful, she was able to portray all of those images without any flaws. It was as though split personalities were hidden in Demoness G's body and could be switched at will. Su Zimo did not reply as he did not know what Demoness G was up to. Young Master Su, I've been looking for you for so long. To think that you would be here. Demoness G clutched at the hem of Su Zimo's robes and pouted her lips in an aggrieved manner. Yener, you. Pausing for a moment, the Emperor pointed at Su Zimo with an odd expression. You know that person? No. Demoness G shook her head. I only know that his surname is Su, but I don't know what his name is. However, young Master Su saved my life before. The Emperor opened his mouth slightly, dumbfounded. His expression froze and his mind was in a mess. The Imperial Army soldiers at the side, Bald Vulture, Bai Yuhan and everyone else were losing their composure, watching with widened eyes and jaws that nearly dropped to the ground. What was up with this Su Zimo? The Emperor only had 2 daughters and he saved both of their lives before? Was this person born to save princesses? Ji Yaoxue was also slightly dazed as she blinked her watery eyes and looked on. Su Zimo had even saved her younger sister as well. The Emperor coughed gently and regained his composure, asking with a frown, Yener, what's going on? When did he save you? Back in Chiyu City. Demoness G replied, 3 years ago, I went to Chiyu City with Auntie Gu. I sneaked out once while Auntie Gu wasn't around, but I ended up coming across 6 bad guys. If not for young Master Su's appearance, I would have been doomed. With that said, Demoness G puffed out a breath of air and stuck out her tongue, as though she was still experiencing lingering fears. Her words were indeterminable. If Su Zimo had not experienced it himself, he would not have doubted her. Furthermore, judging from the Emperor and Ji Yaoxue's expressions, Su Zimo realized that neither of them knew what sect Demoness G was from. Silly child. The Emperor shook his head helplessly. Demoness G continued, later on, I pressed young Master Su for his residence and background so that father could reward him immensely. However, young Master Su left right away and I couldn't find him even after a long search. Ah, I got it. Demoness G revealed a look of realization as she clapped her hands together and smiled. Father, did you find young Master Su to reward him after knowing about this matter? The Emperor remained silent and smiled bitterly in his heart. No matter if Su Zimo had deceived him or killed a soldier of the Imperial Army, this was someone who had saved 2 of his daughters after all. Initially, the Emperor's attitude towards killing Su Zimo was complicated to begin with and he didn't have a strong determination to kill the latter. Now that this happened, the Emperor had completely given up on killing Su Zimo. However, he was worried about something else. Circling his gaze between his 2 daughters and Su Zimo, the Emperor sighed softly to himself. He pondered for a while before saying in a deep voice, Yener, I have something else to discuss with Su Zimo. It's been a long time since you've met your sister. You 2 can leave first. But, what about him? I'm finally able to meet young Master Su and I'm not going to let him get away again. Demoness Ji pouted and hugged Su Zimo's arm tightly. Two soft mounds pressed against Su Zimo's arm, slightly warm and extremely bouncy. He stiffened instantly. The emperor said in an exasperated manner, "Don't worry, I'll let him go," after saying a few words to him. "Thank you, father." Demoness Ji smiled sweetly and walked to the side with a gentle voice. Tugging Ji Yaoshue by the palm, she chuckled. "Let's go, sister. We'll wait outside." "Yes." Ji Yaoshue nodded. Since the emperor was willing to say that, Su Zimo's life was naturally not in danger. As such, Ji Yaoshue could finally feel relieved. The two sisters left the Rain Admiration Pavilion hand in hand. Chapter 302, Can't Lie. Chapter 302, Can't Lie. All of you can leave as well. After the two sisters left the Rain Admiration Pavilion, the emperor waved his hand. Bald Vulture, Bai Yuhan and the remaining Imperial Army soldiers bowed and left, leaving only the emperor and Su Zimo in the pavilion. "Didn't you have no spirit root and was unable to cultivate?" "I had some opportunities and unexpected circumstances." "Who imparted your abilities to you?" "I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak." "Ethereal Peak. Good, how rare." The emperor nodded. While Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects, they had produced almost 0 powerhouses in terms of weapon refinement. If Su Zimo had not admitted it personally, the emperor would not have guessed that the current #1 weapon refinement master in the entire Great Zhou dynasty came from Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo, Mo Ling Fufu. The emperor laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "To think that someone whom I thought to be useless was actually creating waves and grand achievements right under my nose." To be fair, although Su Zimo's reputation in the capital today was in part due to his own capabilities in weapon refinement, more than half of the credit belonged to the emperor as well. Su Zimo had truly turned famous only after the emperor's notice. At that moment, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had trampled True Fire Weapon Workshop beneath its foot entirely. Furthermore, all the cultivators in the capital knew that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop was backed by the Emperor of Great Zhou. Anyone who dared lay a finger on Mo Ling was challenging the emperor's authority. Thereafter, it was also thanks to the emperor's protection that Su Zimo was able to walk out safe and sound despite killing someone on the streets. That was the reason why the emperor harbored killing intents towards Su Zimo. Other than the anger he felt due to the embarrassment of finding out the truth, it was also because he felt that he was deceived and made use of. As the emperor, the immensity of his wrath could be imagined when he discovered that he was being toyed with by someone he thought of as a useless person. Nevertheless, Su Zimo had saved his 2 daughters before. The emperor's killing intent dissipated gradually and instead, he felt a sense of lament in his heart. The fact that a young man in his 20s could be so composed in the face of such pressure, and even muster a slight intent to retaliate, was indeed rare. Apart from his initial prejudice, the emperor admired Su Zimo. However, the emperor had his worries about that admiration towards Su Zimo. On the one hand, he was worried whether Su Zimo had motives for getting too close with the 2 princesses. On the other hand, he could tell that both Yenner and Schwer had feelings for Su Zimo judging from their expressions. How should he make a choice? There's no way he could let this lad take the both of them as his Dao companions. How could he enjoy such a privilege? The emperor asked, "What happened back in Chiyu City? Who were the 6 people who attacked Yenner?" "I don't know." Su Zimo shook his head. "I came across it unintentionally and rescued Demo. Miss G back then." Since Demoness G chose to hide the truth, there was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to reveal it. Nodding his head, the emperor asked in a seemingly casual manner, "There are no outsiders here. Tell me, what do you feel about Schwer and Yenner?" Su Zimo replied, "The 3rd princess helped both me and the Su family, so I view her as both a benefactor and a bosom friend. As for the little princess, I'm not close with her either. We merely met by chance. He took one of them as his bosom friend and was unfamiliar with the other. The emperor could sense that Su Zimo was indeed telling the truth. In other words, both his initial considerations were no longer existent. However, Su Zimo's attitude caused the emperor to feel somewhat indignant. His daughters were both gorgeous and elegant. There was no way they were incompatible to Su Zimo, and yet he had no stray feelings towards either of them. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Your Majesty. Su Zimo cupped his fists. The emperor pondered for a brief moment before saying slowly, "Nothing is changed regarding the sect competition where I've invited you to be the judge for the weapon refinement segment." That sentence meant that the emperor no longer had any prejudice toward Su Zimo and had acknowledged all of the latter's achievements. Su Zimo nodded before bidding farewell. Gazing at Su Zimo's disappearing back view, the emperor smiled gently and lamented, "It's fortuitous that Ethereal Peak produced someone like that to reclaim a position in terms of weapon refinement. Otherwise, they're definitely going to be disgraced at the sect competition." He paused for a moment before shaking his head and muttering to himself, "However, other than weapon refinement, Ethereal Peak has no means of achieving anything for the other three ranking lists. Yenner, what happened in Chiyu City? Share with me how Zimo managed to save your life." Ji Yaoxue asked curiously outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Demoness Ji blinked and surveyed her surroundings before tugging Ji Yaoxue's hand and tugging the latter to a corner. She made sure that no one was around before whispering, "Sister, I made that up. I don't know that young Master Su at all." "Huh?" Ji Yaoxue was stunned. Demoness Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. "I merely came over to help you because I heard that father was enraged. Hee, to think that father couldn't tell at all. You." Ji Yaoxue tapped Demoness Ji's fair and delicate forehead before laughing in an exasperated manner. "Father was not the only one. I bought your story too." Pausing for a moment, Ji Yaoxue retracted her smile and sighed softly. "However, if you hadn't appeared, Zimo truly might not have survived." "That Su Zimo, he's the one you fancy?" Demoness Ji blinked her eyes and asked. Ji Yaoxue blushed slightly and chided softly, "Go away, don't spout nonsense." Hee, it must be. You're asking for a beating, young lady." Just as the two of them were bickering, Su Zimo had already exited the Rain Admiration Pavilion and was heading in their direction. When he approached, he cupped his fists. "Thank you, princesses." "Hey, young Master Su. I'm called Ji Yaoyan. Remember that I've done you a favor and you must thank me if there's a chance." After saying that, Demoness Ji gave Su Zimo an alluring smile and winked while Ji Yaoxue was not noticing. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower and could turn the world upside down. Her eyes resembled water, as though they could draw one's soul into them. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly and took a deep breath of cold air as a burning sensation spread within him. That was the fiend air of the pure maiden sect he remembered. Ji Yaoxue was a little surprised and turned to look at Su Zimo before glancing at Demoness Ji. By now, Demoness Ji had already returned to normal and that bewitching smile and seductive gaze disappeared in a flash as though everything was an illusion. Demoness Ji waved and bid goodbye. Gazing at Demoness Ji's back view, Ji Yaoxue said to Su Zimo, "You've really got to thank Yenner. She did not know you at all and specially made up a lie to deceive father. Yenner isn't experienced in the world and she's pure and kind. Someone like her doesn't know how to lie at all. It was really hard on her this time round." Ji Yaoxue sighed gently once more. Su Zimo was speechless as he thought to himself, "If that younger sister of yours doesn't know how to lie and is pure and kind, there would be no honest soul remaining on the face of this world." However, Su Zimo could not speak his mind. After all, he had promised Demoness Ji that he would help her conceal her identity. Furthermore, judging from the attitudes of Ji Yaoxue and the emperor, even if Su Zimo were to tell them that Demoness Ji was the fiend heir of the Pure Maiden Sect, neither of them would buy the truth at all. "What does your sister usually do?" Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Ji Yaoyan shook her head. "Yenner can't cultivate and has been learning how to do business from Auntie Gu. She's just all around the place." Demoness Ji had cultivated some sort of a technique that could conceal her cultivation realm completely, making her look like a mortal. However, there was indeed no need for her to dirty her hands personally if she wanted to kill anyone. She was always making use of others to do it for her. A single gaze of hers would suffice. Chapter 303, Sect Competition. Chapter 303, Sect Competition. The capital of Great Zhou was getting livelier. Most of the sects within the Great Zhou Dominion had arrived by the final few days. Under the lead of Array Peak's master, Xian Yi, and Talisman Peak's master, Lu Hui, the group from Ethereal Peak arrived in the capital as well. Apart from the 2 golden cores, Ethereal Peak only had less than 10 disciples. Look! They seem to be the disciples from Ethereal Peak. To think that there would be so few of them. It's good enough that they're even able to come here. I heard that Ethereal Peak suffered a huge blow after the battle at Dongling Valley and almost all of their Foundation Establishment Realm disciples are dead. Yes, I reckon they're just here to join the fun. There's almost nothing Ethereal Peak can do for the 4 ranking roles. Xian Yi and Lu Hui were expressionless as they walked through the streets and could vaguely hear the discussions around them. However, the disciples behind them let out indignant expressions. They're really spouting nonsense. Senior Brother Ji is at 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment and he'll definitely be able to get a spot on the spirit ranking. The person who spoke was round like a ball. It was none other than Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak. The Senior Brother Ji that Little Fatty was referring to wore grey robes and he had slender limbs. He was Ji Chengtian. Ji Chengtian was already one of Ethereal Peak's 3 great legacy disciples to begin with. At the same time, he was the only legacy disciple that survived the battle at Dongling Valley. 3 years ago, Ji Chengtian was only at 4 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Now, his cultivation realm was at 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment and he was the strongest of the inner sect disciples. When Ji Chengtian heard Little Fatty's words, he let out a bitter smile and his gaze darkened. Qin Yu, who was initially lauded as the number 1 of the inner sect disciples and had hopes of breaking through to 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment before the sect competition, had died at Dongling Valley. Right now, apart from him, the strongest in Ethereal Peak was only at 3 Meridian Foundation Establishment. The sect did not even have any disciples at 3 Meridian Foundation Establishment. In other words, there was little hope for everyone else apart from him to vie for a spot on the spirit ranking of the sect competition. Ethereal Peak still had some hope for the talisman ranking. Leng Ro had a deep attainment in terms of talisman crafting and she was best among all the inner sect disciples. As for elixir and weapon refinement, even though the sect had sent a disciple in each segment over, they were merely taking part and had no chance of retaining a position on the elixir and weapon rankings. Shui Yi said softly, "Actually, if Junior Brother Su was still alive, I'm sure he'll be able to retain a position on the weapon ranking given his capabilities." When they heard the words, Junior Brother Su, everyone from Ethereal Peak fell silent and sighed. The 2 golden cores, Xian Yi and Lu Hui, shook their heads and let out regretful expressions as well. Ji Chengtian and the others had the most complicated feelings towards Su Zimo. In that battle 3 years ago, Su Zimo had slain the young master of the Blood Crow Palace and sacrificed himself to lure more than half of the opposing cultivators away. By doing so, he caused huge chaos in the ranks of their opponents. If not for that fact, all of them would have perished in Dongling Valley. Leng Ro lowered her head and her gaze was cold. However, there was a flash of sadness in her eyes. "Get your spirits up!" Xian Yi hollered, Shui, part of the reason why you're here is to take part in the sect competition. But more importantly, it's for you to witness the magnificence of the #1 weapon refinement master of the great Zhou dynasty. That's right. Talisman Peak's master, Lu Hui, nodded. It said that Mr. Mo will appear during the sect competition as one of the judges for the weapon refinement segment. If you can obtain a couple of insights through Mr. Mo's opinions, you might be able to save yourself 10 years of hard work. Yes. Shui nodded heavily. Many weapon refinement masters within the Great Zhou Dominion idolized Mo Ling almost blindly, and it was the same for Shui as well. In his opinion, Mo Ling's rise to prominence was like a miracle that left everyone in awe. Throughout history, there had never been a weapon refinement master who could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons like Mo Ling. Every single weapon refinement master wanted to see for themselves what the legendary Mo clan spirit gathering technique was like. This day, the capital was already bustling with people by the time the sun rose. There were more than 1,000 sects together, let alone the number of disciples each sect had. At a glance, it was packed with people as the crowd snaked through the streets and alleys, rushing towards the southwest corner of the capital. Today was the day of the sect competition. All eyes were on him. Every sect competition would always be held at the southwest corner of the capital, where there was a large and spacious venue that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people with ease. The Scarlet Vulture, Azure Falcon and White Hawk guards were all mobilized, all of them riding their spirit beasts as they circled the skies, maintaining order on the streets. Apart from some itinerant cultivators, most of the sects had golden cores leading the teams. There was a sunken area in the middle of the square where the cultivators taking part in the sect competition would refine weapons and elixirs or create talismans to decide the eventual victors. There were 4 huge jade pillars erected in the 4 corners of the sunken area. White as ivory, they shone with a mysterious luster. Those 4 jade pillars represented the 4 ranking lists for spirit, talisman, elixir and weapon of the sect competition. Each jade pillar had 10 slots for names. In other words, after the sect competition ended, the 40 names shown on those 4 jade pillars would be the eventual victors of the sect competition. The sunken area was squarish with 4 faces, 3 of which were spectator zones provided for the foundation establishment cultivators of the various sects to watch the sect competition. The final area had a golden carpet paving the ground, and it ascended upwards with 999 steps towards an exquisitely supreme throne right at the top. That was the seat of the Emperor of Great Zhou. On both sides of the golden carpet, there were several rows of seats and tables. They were filled with spirit fruits, immortal peaches and jade liquid, giving off a fragrant scent. Those seats were prepared for the golden cores of the various sections. As golden cores, there was naturally no way they could squeeze together and watch the sunken area like the rest of the foundation establishment cultivators. Naturally, the proximity towards the seat of the emperor was indication of a golden core's fame, strength and background. The seats at the furthest ends were filled mostly with itinerant cultivators. While they were also golden cores, they were weaker and were purely there to join in the fun and expand their horizons. The commanders of the 3 city guard squads, Bald Vulture, the Bearded Man and Bai Yuhan, guarded the edge of the golden carpet. All golden cores who wanted to get a seat had to go through the 3 of them. The 3 of them would size the golden cores before making the appropriate arrangements. The group from Ethereal Peak arrived at the sunken area. Turning around, Xian Yi said in a low voice, "Don't feel pressured for this sect competition. Just do your best." "Understood." Little Fatty and the others responded. Even though they replied readily, every single disciple of Ethereal Peak looked slightly nervous. The scene before them was way too grand, and the number of cultivators surrounding the sunken area increased as more streamed in constantly. Xian Yi and Lu Hui exchanged glances, both could tell of the helplessness and worry in the other's eyes. Before the battle even began, the disciples were already showing fear. They were without a leader. The battle at Dongling Valley had dealt way too much damage to Ethereal Peak. While they had a 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator like Ji Qingtian, he lacked sturdiness and dominance. He did not possess the type of fearless confidence that could always push forth. If he was alive, perhaps, things would be different. Scenes flashed through Xian Yi's mind. It was a green-robed cultivator with exquisite features. Although he was young, he always maintained his composure, the number one of 4 peaks who could refine elixirs, weapons, clear the 10 formations pagoda and defeat all his foes. Chapter 304, Who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons? Chapter 304, Who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons? The spectator area on both sides of the golden carpet were already starting to fill with golden cores. After giving a couple more reminders, Xian Yi and Lu Hui crossed the sunken area and headed for the spectator area as well. When they arrived, Xian Yi and Lu Hui handed their respective sect badges to the bearded man and Bai Yuhan. This was not Xian Yi's first sect competition and he already knew the 3 commanders. However, he still had to go through a symbolic check. The bearded man smiled and asked, "Fellow Daoist, when Xian didn't come this time round?" When he heard that, Xian Yi's expression dimmed as he shook his head gently. There was sadness and anger in Lu Hui's eyes as well. The bearded man pondered for a moment and vaguely guessed what happened. It was said that Ethereal Peak suffered heavy casualties for the battle at Dongling Valley and several golden cores had perished as well, only one of them managed to survive. Judging from Xian Yi and Lu Hui's expressions, Wen Xian was most likely dead. Xian Yi forced out a smile. 3 years ago, Ethereal Peak was attacked and many of our disciples were injured or killed. This time round, we only brought a couple of them over so that they can broaden their horizons. As for the 4 ranking lists, we don't harbor any hope of taking any positions. The bearded man shook his head and replied hurriedly, "You're being humble, fellow Daoist. Who would dare look down on any disciple of Ethereal Peak? Even if it's just one person, he's enough to crush all the other prodigies." "That's right." Bai Yuhan smiled as well. "Congratulations. Ethereal Peak's about to become famous again." Both Xian Yi and Lu Hui were stunned for a moment. The 2 of them immediately thought that the bearded man and Bai Yuhan were being sarcastic and mocking Ethereal Peak. In the previous sect competitions, Ethereal Peak would occupy at least 3 of the 10 spots on the spirit ranking alone. At its prime, Ethereal Peak could even occupy half of the rankings. However, for this sect competition, Ethereal Peak could only obtain 2 of the 40 spots on the 4 ranking lists at the very most. It would already be fortuitous if they did not embarrass the sect, let alone make it famous. Lu Hui harumphed coldly in displeasure. Xian Yi frowned, feeling perplexed. He looked at the gaze and expressions of the bearded man and Bai Yuhan, neither of them seemed like they were being sarcastic. They sounded sincere, as though they were implying something else. "This way, please." The bearded man nodded with a smile as he added. Because there were other golden cores lining up behind them, it was inappropriate for Xian Yi to linger further and he could only enter the spectator area with his doubts. "Look, the peak masters have already sat down." Beside the sunken area, Little Fatty pointed at the spectator seats a distance away and said, "The seats of the 2 peak masters are rather decent. They're quite close to the Emperor's throne." The spectator seats could roughly be divided into several major areas. The first area only had a single seat, the Emperor's throne. Beneath the Emperor's throne, there were not many seats in the second area. Till now, they were empty without a single person. The third area was where Xian Yi and Lu Hui were seated. Apart from the 2 of them, the golden cores from the other 4 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace, True Fire Sect, Southern Mountains Sect and Azure Frost Sect were also seated. Following that was the fourth area where golden cores of the other sects within the Great Zhou Dominion were seated. This was the largest area with the most seats. The fifth area comprised of itinerant cultivators at Golden Core Realm. How ignorant. Even if your golden cores of Ethereal Peak are seated in the third area, what can that prove? Right then, a sneer sounded from the side in a mocking manner. Another sarcastic voice rang out. In my opinion, Ethereal Peak's most likely going to be removed from the 5 major sects after this sect competition. Little Fatty and the others frowned and turned to their sides. The 2 people who spoke were disciples of True Fire Sect. Also, as one of the 5 major sects, True Fire Sect sent more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators. Of the 2 leaders, one of the men had a sharp face and high nose bridge. His lips were thin and he exuded a sinisterly ruthless aura. The other man wore maroon robes and had a haughty expression. Whether or not we're removed is not decided by True Fire Sect. Just mind your own business. Shui was upset and retorted. The maroon-robed man turned around and sized Shui up before asking with a smirk, "Fellow Taoist, you seem to be indignant? You're only at mid-stage Foundation establishment, so I reckon you must be here for the talisman, elixir or weapon ranking lists. But, the elixir and weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak, I can't comment much about you guys." Upon hearing that, everyone burst into laughter. In previous sect competitions, Ethereal Peak disciples had never gotten a spot on the elixir and weapon ranking lists. To everyone else, elixir and weapon refinement masters from Ethereal Peak were nothing but a joke. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, everyone from Ethereal Peak looked terrible. The maroon-robed man continued asking with a smile, "So, you're a talisman master?" "No." Shui declared loudly, "I'm not afraid of letting you guys know either that I'm a weapon refinement master and I'm here for the weapon refinement segment." Ho! The maroon-robed man dragged his voice and let out an enlightened expression before giving a fake smirk. "So, you're a weapon refinement master. A weapon refinement master of Ethereal Peak to boot. I've been impolite, please excuse me." Everyone could hear the mocking tone of the maroon-robed man. He continued, "What a coincidence. I'm Tao Feng, also a weapon refinement master." "So, he's Tao Feng. Who is Tao Feng?" "The #1 weapon refinement master of True Fire Sect. Even though he's only 30 years old, he has already managed to refine a superior grade spirit weapon successfully and is an advanced weapon refinement master. The rumors out there are saying that fellow Taoist Tao Feng is the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation." Tao Feng could feel the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators as he listened on to the discussions. Brimming with pride, he raised his chin slightly and looked at Shui in a smug, taunting manner. "How do I address you, fellow Taoist? I wonder what grade of spirit weapon you're able to refine?" Shui blushed and did not say anything. With his capabilities, he could only refine inferior grade spirit weapons. Since he could not even refine middle grade spirit weapons, he was naturally inferior and could not compare to Tao Feng who was before him. Tao Feng raised his brow and scoffed. "Oh, so you're a nobody. You." Shui glared at him. "What's there to be cocky about?" Little Fatty pouted. "Mr. Mo, the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou is 100,000 times better than you. If you've really got what it takes, go compete with him." Tao Feng declared proudly, "Rumor has it that Mr. Mo is a golden core, so he must have lived for a few hundreds of years. I dare to say that when he was at my age, Mr. Mo was definitely not at my level." None of the cultivators present had the right to refute. Additionally, Tao Feng looked at Shui and scoffed coldly. "Are you even qualified to call yourself a weapon refinement master? Let me advise you, from now on, don't make a fool of yourself by coming forth like this anymore. Scram home and stay right there. Fuck." Little Fatty's blood surged and he was about to lash out. Junior brother. At the side, Ji Qingtian frowned and held back the enraged little Fatty before shaking his head. Forget it, let's not argue with them. Let's sigh. When they heard Ji Qingtian's sigh, everyone from Ethereal Peak went silent as a sense of helplessness surged through them. No matter what, the current Ethereal Peak was indeed inferior to others. When he saw that, Tao Feng was even more smug as he burst out laughing. There's no one in Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons such that any Tom, Dick and Harry could call themselves weapon refinement masters. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons? Right then, another voice rang out from the crowd, even revealing a trace of killing intent. Chapter 305, You're Not Qualified. Chapter 305, You're Not Qualified. Many cultivators turned in the direction of the voice with curious expressions. Upon hearing that voice, Little Fatty, Leng Ro and Shui Yi froze for a moment as confusion flashed across their eyes. After a brief pause, Little Fatty widened his eyes and exclaimed softly, "It's bro." Leng Ro's expression changed as waves stirred in her eyes. There could only be one person that Little Fatty referred to as bro, Su Zimo. She could naturally tell that the person's voice was extremely similar to Su Zimo's. However, it was impossible. Su Zimo was clearly already. With a trace of anticipation and uneasiness, everyone from Ethereal Peak turned around. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator walked over from the crowd with Ethereal Peak's Sect badge hanging at his waist. He had delicate features and exuded an elegant aura, making him look like a frail scholar. However, for some reason, as he walked through the massive crowd, the surrounding cultivators gave way to him subconsciously. It was as though there was an invisible field of pressure surrounding the green-robed cultivator. After he walked over, everyone regained their senses with lost expressions, wondering why they gave way to him in the first place. Ah! At that moment, Leng Ro's cold demeanor underwent a drastic change as she exclaimed and covered her mouth. Ji Qingtian was stunned and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Junior brother Su. Why, you're alive? Shui Yi's voice was trembling with excitement. Little Fatty pushed through the crowd and rushed in front of Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. He pounded on Su Zimo's chest, which gave off a resounding echo before grinning foolishly. It's real, it's real. Ha, ha ha ha. Su Zimo smiled gently and his gaze swept past Leng Ro, Shui Yi, Ji Qingtian and the others before nodding his head. Even though he had asked about the outcome of the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness when he saw the small number of people arriving from the sect. This should not have been the case. Ethereal Peak should have had more than 100 elite Foundation establishment cultivators and a majestic form. Even disciples of True Fire Sect should not have dared to speak so rudely to disciples of Ethereal Peak. But now, everyone from Ethereal Peak could only lower their heads in helplessness and choose to retreat against the provocations from disciples of True Fire Sect. Su Zimo was enraged, but his expression turned colder. Bro, where have you been for the past 3 years? Why haven't there been any news of you at all? How did you manage to survive back then? Little Fatty had countless doubts and was waiting for Su Zimo to resolve them. It's a long story. I'll tell you in the future if there's a chance. Sweeping his gaze across the many disciples of True Fire Sect, Su Zimo asked in a cold manner, who was the one who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak who can refine weapons? I did. Tao Feng sized up Su Zimo, twisted his neck and scoffed, why? Are you unhappy? You even said that the weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are jokes? Su Zimo did not answer and continued asking. That's right, I said that. Tao Feng laughed. Also, I'm telling you that it is the truth. If you're unhappy, it's easy to settle things. Just come and compete against me. Junior brother Su, compete against him. We believe in you. Shui clenched his fists. Even though Shui had not seen Su Zimo for 3 years, he believed that the latter's skill in weapon refinement was still stronger than his. In fact, Su Zimo might even be able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons by now. Do you dare to compete, huh? Tao Feng glared at Su Zimo in a provocative manner. Su Zimo did not even look back and remarked indifferently, "You're not qualified to compete with me." The crowd quietened down instantly. In an instant, it became even noisier. Huh. This kid is really funny. He's the first one who dares to say that Tao Feng isn't qualified. Who is this guy? He really doesn't know his place. He should be inexperienced and ignorant. To think that he would dare spout of such nonsense without even knowing who Tao Feng is, he's really an embarrassment to Ethereal Peak. Laughter erupted from the crowd and many cultivators pointed and gossiped about Su Zimo. Tao Feng was very pleased as he smiled at Su Zimo smugly, as though he was looking at a joke. Su Zimo? Suddenly, a girl's voice that carried some doubt in it came from the other side of the crowd. Su Zimo turned around and their eyes met. There was a slight pause before the two of them peeled their gazes away and returned to normal. It was Shenmengqi. The crowd at that side was filled with disciples from Iridescent Cloud's palace and Shenmengqi was amongst them. Ever since they parted ways in the capital of Yen country, Su Zimo no longer felt any stirs in his heart now that he was seeing Shenmengqi again. She came to Su Zimo's side and frowned. It's indeed you. Even after 3 years, you're still so arrogant. Do you know who he is? Shenmengqi pointed at Tao Feng and questioned Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head. I don't. With a tinge of reprimand in her tone, Shenmengqi said in a deep voice, he's Tao Feng, a weapon refinement master of True Fire Sect. True Fire Sect is renowned for their ability to control flames and they will occupy at least 3 spots on the elixir and weapon rankings each time. As for Ethereal Peak, you guys can't even get a single spot. How can you compete with him in terms of weapon refinement? I'm not intending to compete with him. Like I said, he's not qualified. Su Zimo's tone was still as calm and natural, as though he was stating a fact. However, Su Zimo's words only attracted even more ridicule. Shenmengqi laughed out of anger. Fellow Daoist Tao Feng is lauded as the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation. Saying that he's not qualified only exemplifies your ignorance and arrogance. Indeed, truly ignorant, Su Zimo nodded with a mocking look in his eyes. I believe in junior brother Su. Right then, Leng Ro spoke all of a sudden. Even though her tone was cold, it was extremely firm. If he says that Tao Feng isn't qualified, Tao Feng definitely isn't qualified. When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled faintly at Leng Ro and nodded his head. Shenmengqi felt inexplicably vexed when she saw that. Fellow Daoist, I can understand how you want to support your fellow sect mate. However, you can't do it blindly or it'll only bring shame to Ethereal Peak. Shenmengqi glared at Leng Ro and sneered, let me tell you, there's only one person in the capital of Great Zhou who can say that Tao Feng is not qualified. That is none other than the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Mo Ling. The crowd fell silent upon hearing the words, Mr. Mo. That name indeed carried a strange magic to it. Tao Feng nodded as well. If Mr. Mo is here, I'm willing to listen to his teachings. He paused for a moment before glancing askance at Su Zimo. But, who do you think you are? When Shenmengqi saw how indifferent Su Zimo was towards the words, Mr. Mo, she could not help but shake her head and sigh gently. Seems like, you've never even heard of Mr. Mo before. Her sigh revealed a sense of superiority, as though it was an honor worth bragging about to know of Mr. Mo. Chapter 306, Gathering. Chapter 306, Gathering. Su Zimo turned and asked with a fake smile, "Are you very close to Mr. Mo?" "I." Shenmengqi was stunned by his question and looked flustered. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, how would she have the chance to know Mr. Mo? Su Zimo smiled. "Seems like you're not close to him. In that case, have you met him before?" Su Zimo's gaze seemed to have a deeper meaning and it made Shenmengqi feel inexplicably frustrated. Composing herself, Shenmengqi raised her chin and replied smugly, "I've never met Mr. Mo before, but I took part in his auction once. Without experiencing and seeing it for yourself, it's impossible for you to imagine how much influence a weapon refinement master can possess." Su Zimo remained silent as he looked at Shenmengqi with a faint smile on his face. "You don't have to look at me like that." Shenmengqi harumphed. "Who do you think Mr. Mo is? It's only normal that I haven't seen him before. Even among the thousands of golden cores sitting at the Spectator area, few of them have seen the true face of Mr. Mo." Smiling, Su Zimo looked at Shenmengqi quietly. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I just want to tell you that even though you're here to take part in the Sect competition, it doesn't mean anything." Shenmengqi clutched her fists tightly. "You're still as brazen, arrogant and ignorant as ever. You haven't even heard of Mr. Mo before. I advise you to not compete later on lest you embarrass yourself." There was something else that Shenmengqi did not say. "Su Zimo, even though you've entered the cultivation world and are here at the Sect competition as well, you'll never be able to beat me." Shenmengqi only wanted to prove one thing. That one single thing that she had never been able to let go for the past few years. That year, that day, in that small town, she did not make the wrong choice. "Your master is here too, right?" Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. "What do you want?" Suddenly, Shenmengqi became nervous and frowned. "Su Zimo, I advise you to calm down. Do you have a death wish?" "My master was truly angered over what happened 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in the capital of Yen country, Su Zimo severely injured a group of disciples from Iridescent Cloud's palace and even killed one of them. That matter naturally could not be hidden from perfected being Lang." Su Zimo smiled and said slowly, "I heard that your master, perfected being Lang, is on good terms with Mr. Mo. In fact, Mr. Mo is even willing to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for him for free on just a single condition." Shenmengqi's expression changed. That incident was an absolute humiliation for perfected being Lang and had spread through the entire capital in less than a day. No one in Iridescent Cloud's palace dared to discuss that matter. With a profound gaze, Su Zimo said meaningfully, "Shenmengqi, have you ever thought about why Mr. Mo would propose that condition?" Almost everyone knew that the condition was for perfected being Lang to kneel down. At that moment, Shenmengqi seemed to have thought of something. Just as she was in deep thought, she heard a call by her ear, interrupting her train of thought. "Junior sister, he is Su Zimo." A man wearing the robes of Iridescent Cloud's palace strode over. He was handsome and extraordinary, carrying an elegance in his graceful steps as he stared at Su Zimo with a hint of killing intent. "Ah, he is," Shenmengqi replied instinctively. She had vaguely thought of an answer to Su Zimo's question but after being interrupted by senior brother Xiaoning, she could not recall anything. "You were the one who killed one of our disciples, huh?" Xiaoning closed into Su Zimo and asked coldly with an unfriendly expression. "That's me," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "This punk is really daring to kill cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. This time round, Ethereal Peak is already weak to begin with and yet they have a disciple who has so many enemies. In an instant, he offended both True Fire Sect and Iridescent Cloud's palace. I think Ethereal Peak is doomed. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently at the side. Frowning, Shenmengqi dissuaded softly, "Senior brother, forget it. We're in the capital of Great Zhou." "Forget it? Fu-fu." Si Yutong was unmoved and sneered coldly, "Si Zimo, do you dare to participate in the competition for the spirit ranking?" Before Su Zimo could reply, a shout from the crowd drew away everyone's attention. "Look, over there. He can actually fly in the capital. Who is he?" From the looks of it, they should be the princes. In the sky not far away, 5 men flew through the air under the escort of powerful Imperial Army Golden Corps. They were dressed in rich clothes, descending slowly onto the spectator area with a graceful bearing. Arriving beneath the Emperor's throne, the 5 of them took their seats in the second major area and nodded to their surroundings. Before long, there was another commotion among the crowd. Not too far away, 2 women appeared in midair. The woman in front had an extraordinary appearance. She had a smile on her face and body was full of curves, exuding a mature and alluring aura. The other girl wore a pink dress and had a petite yet exquisitely shaped body. The only pity was that she was wearing a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. Si Yutong coughed gently and declared proudly, "If I'm not wrong, the person in front should be Chief Steward Gu of the Sky Treasure Auction House." Chief Steward Gu is truly a seductress. Another cultivator looked infatuated as he gulped. Who is the girl behind her? Even though she's wearing a veil, her eyes are really pretty and seem like they can speak. As everyone discussed, the girl in pink suddenly turned around and looked towards them. Her big and clear eyes blinked before curving into a pair of crescents as she beamed widely. "Look, that girl in pink is looking at me. Don't talk nonsense. She's definitely looking at me." The surrounding cultivators started arguing. Tao Feng of True Fire Sect sneered internally, but he pretended to be calm and nodded towards the girl in pink. It was the same for Si Yutong, who hurriedly nodded and gestured, thinking that the girl in pink had noticed him. When Su Zimo saw that, he sighed internally. Demoness Ji's methods were truly formidable. If she were to grow further in the future, she would definitely be someone who could overturn the world with her fingers. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Gu Shi and Demoness Ji descended slowly, arriving at the second spectator area and sat down together with the princes. Most of the cultivators were unsure who the second area was reserved for. But now, everyone was enlightened. The second area was occupied either by the royal family or the most influential cultivators in the capital. There weren't many seats in the second area and there were only 2 remaining after Gu Shi and Demoness Ji took their seats. "Look!" Someone in the crowd pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In the sky far away, a group of palace maids flew through the air. They wore thin veils with ribbons around their necks, looking extremely ravishing. They seemed like they were treading on the clouds as they escorted a graceful and luxurious carriage over. Within the carriage, a slender and exquisite figure sat. Her appearance was faintly indiscernible under the guise of the bead curtain. This is. There were more than 100,000 cultivators surrounding the sunken area. At this moment, all of them watched with agape mouths and shocked expressions. Chapter 307, Very Beautiful. Chapter 307, Very Beautiful. That must be the 3rd princess of Great Zhou. I heard that the 3rd princess entered Azure Frost Sect for cultivation under the name of Yaoxue. Now that she has regained her identity, she will most probably not return to Azure Frost Sect. I heard that the 3rd princess is beautiful and ravishing. If only we could take a closer look at her. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Pondering for a moment, Tao Feng's eyes lit up in realization. So, it's fellow Daoist Yaoxue. In that case, I've met the 3rd princess before. Amazing, Senior Brother Tao. Senior Brother Tao, is the third princess really as beautiful as the legends say? Many true Fire Sect disciples beside Tao Feng revealed looks of envy as they fought to ask questions. Tao Feng was delighted. On the other side, Xiaoning smiled leisurely and said, I was fortunate enough to have conversed with fellow Daoist Yaoxue before. Back then, I already had a feeling that she was unique and had an extraordinary aura. So, this is her true identity. It's no wonder then. Xiaotong's sentence was extremely particular. On the one hand, he was boasting that he had once chatted with the third princess of Great Zhou. On the other hand, he was subtly praising himself for his keen observation. Naturally, his words attracted flattering from a group of cultivators as well. Apart from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Ethereal Peak and True Fire Sect, there were hundreds of Foundation Establishment disciples from Azure Frost Sect. When they heard the discussions over at the side of Tao Feng and Xiaotong, many Azure Frost Sect disciples scoffed coldly. One of them said, Senior Brother Jun and Senior Sister Yaoxue are close friends and yet he isn't even saying anything. Yet, you guys are bragging over seeing her or talking to her once. How laughable. Isn't that right? Only Senior Brother Jun is worthy of Senior Sister Yaoxue. The Senior Brother Jun that the Azure Frost Sect disciples were mentioning was Jun Hao, the number one of all Foundation Establishment cultivators in Azure Frost Sect. He had courted Yaoxue painstakingly for many years but her attitude towards him had always been neutral. At that moment, Jun Hao was standing in front of the many disciples of Azure Frost Sect. Hands behind his back, he looked dignified and merely smiled faintly without saying anything upon hearing the comments. As everyone discussed, the carriage that was originally headed for the Spectator area suddenly paused. Changing directions, it moved towards them slowly. This. Could it be that the third princess is coming over? Tao Feng suddenly straightened his clothes, feeling a little nervous. Xiaotong's heart also started thumping and his mouth was dry. A thought flashed across their minds at the same moment, could the third princess be here to see me? The carriage in midair was clearly about to descend in front of them. Senior Sister Yaoxue is coming over. Senior Brother Jun, the third princess is definitely here for you. A few Azure Frost Sect disciples said excitedly. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect smiled and looked at the person inside the carriage with a gentle gaze. Splash! A white lotus-like arm reached out and lifted the bead curtain, revealing a refreshing and flawlessly beautiful face. Everyone's breathing stopped. Ji Yaoxue was wearing a faint yellow long robe. It was made of unique materials and had intricate patterns carved on it, looking extremely gorgeous as though it was created by the heavens. So beautiful. The crowd gasped. In truth, Ji Yaoxue's appearance could not be considered as peerless nor could she match against Daiyu. She was merely comparable to Leng Ro and each had their own merits. However, she was the princess of Great Zhou after all. The light yellow robe on her today was extraordinary and fit her perfectly, accentuating her slim and graceful figure as well as adding a layer of class and elegance. A weapon refinement master's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "This robe is not simple. It seems to be an extremely high-graded defensive spirit weapon. That's the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty for you. Even a single robe is a high-graded defensive spirit weapon. By the looks of it, that seems to be customized for her." Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. Some of the female cultivators were even feeling jealous, fantasizing about how the pale yellow robe would look on them instead. With light steps, Ji Yaoxue walked towards the crowd. The crowd subconsciously parted to make way for her. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect cupped his fists and said sincerely with a smile, "Junior Sister Yaoxue, it's only been a few days since we last met but you're really becoming prettier." Jun Hao could not continue. Initially, he thought that Ji Yaoxue was here for him. However, she merely glanced at him nonchalantly and nodded her head as a form of greeting. Brushing by him, Ji Yaoxue did not say a single word at all. In fact, she did not even pause for a moment. A gust of fragrant wind blew past, leaving Jun Hao with his hands that were hovering in midair and a slightly stiff expression on his face. Tao Feng was overjoyed when he saw that. Although he was looking forward to it, Tao Feng did not bear much hope. After all, he had only met Ji Yaoxue once. But now, Ji Yaoxue did not bother about Jun Hao from Azure Frost Sect and was headed in his direction. When he saw Ji Yaoxue approaching, Tao Feng coughed lightly and revealed a bright smile. "Greetings, third princess, I am Tao." Tao Feng could not continue either. Ji Yaoxue glanced at him and walked past without even nodding her head. She looked as though she was glancing at a stranger. Little Fatty seized the rare opportunity and could not help but laugh. The princess doesn't even know who you are and yet you're bragging about meeting her once." Tao Feng's expression darkened as he snorted. Si Yutong took a deep breath of air and calmed himself down when he saw the third princess headed towards him. He took a few steps forward and bowed slightly, cupping his fists. "I am." Ji Yaoxue walked past him without even glancing once at him. Flushing red with embarrassment, Si Yutong looked awkward and wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. "Who is the third princess looking for?" "I don't know." As Ji Yaoxue walked, the crowd dispersed to both sides and only a single person did not budge, looking extremely striking. "Su Zimo, what are you still standing there for? Make way." Shenmengqi frowned and hollered. Su Zimo did not say anything. Scoffing coldly, Shenmengqi continued, "Su Zimo, perhaps no one could do anything to you in the capital for offending True Fire Sect and Iridescent Cloud's palace. However, if you offend the third princess of Great Zhou, no one can save you." Su Zimo remained silent. "Why are you still as stubborn as when you were young? You refuse to kneel when you're asked to and now, you refuse to move away as well." Shenmengqi gritted her teeth and walked toward Su Zimo, wanting to push the latter away. Right then, Ji Yaoxue had already arrived in front of Su Zimo and stopped in her tracks. Shenmengqi was also rooted in her tracks instinctively. The originally noisy crowd quietened down. Everyone's gaze was on Ji Yaoxue while her gaze was on Su Zimo. Their eyes met. Ji Yaoxue turned her body slightly, causing her pale yellow dress to flutter slightly. She looked like a young girl in love. Blinking her bright eyes, Ji Yaoxue asked with a smile, "Zimo, how is it?" Everyone was stunned and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Shenmengqi's mind was in a state of chaos. Zimo? The third princess was referring to him as Zimo? Why was she calling him so intimately? What rights did she have? Ji Yaoxue's question was vague and no one understood what she was asking. However, she knew that Su Zimo would definitely understand. After all, that pale yellow dress was personally gifted to her by this person. Su Zimo nodded. Very beautiful. The next moment, she smiled like a flower. Chapter 308, It's Over for Ethereal Peak. Chapter 308, It's Over for Ethereal Peak. In this woman's heart, no amount of praises from anyone else could compare with the two words he had just said. The woman's smile stunned everyone, causing their hearts to flutter. Many cultivators froze on the spot, unable to recover from their shocks. There was something wrong with the conversation. What were those two doing right in front of everyone? Many cultivators initially had fantasies towards the third princess of Great Zhou. But now, they felt a sharp pain in their chests as though they had been severely injured. Shui muttered in disbelief, "This junior brother Su actually knows the third princess? He. Little Fatty pinched his chubby chin as the flames of gossip burned in his eyes. With a perverted smile, he said, "From the looks of it, their relationship isn't simple at all." Tao Feng's face darkened as he looked at Su Zimo with obvious hostility. Si Yutong had long returned to the crowd after his utter embarrassment. He had a glum expression and snorted. "What's going on? She isn't here for senior brother Jun? Who is that man? Why is he so close to senior sister Yaoxue?" Many of the Azure Frost Sect disciples frowned and whispered among themselves. Jun Hao took a deep breath and lowered his eyes. His hands behind his back were clenched so tightly that veins popped out of them for a brief moment before disappearing thereafter. Ji Yaoxue was delighted upon receiving Su Zimo's acknowledgement and said softly, "Wait here for a while. The sect competition is about to start." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "I'll head over first then." Smiling for a moment, Ji Yaoxue waved at Su Zimo before turning to leave in front of everyone. Her actions earlier were rather bold and she had mustered up her courage. Now that she thought about it, her heart was still pounding. In addition to the burning gazes around her, even though she was a princess, she could not help but feel a little shy and embarrassed to continue staying. Ji Yaoxue noticed the occasional shyness and gentleness revealed by Ji Yaoxue. He could not help but frown with a subtle sadness in his eyes. Right after, his expression changed and his eyes flickered in thought. Something was not right. There was something off about what Ji Yaoxue said. She said that the sect competition was about to start and asked Su Zimo to stay here for a while. What was she going to do after that? Or rather, what was this Su Zimo going to do? Wasn't he merely going to take part in the sect competition? "I'll head over first then." That was Ji Yaoxue's second sentence. It did not sound like much at first glance, but after thinking about it carefully, there was more to it. As a princess of the great Zhou dynasty, the place where Ji Yaoxue was headed was the second spectator area. Why would she tell Su Zimo that she was heading over first? Unless, the reason why Ji Yaoxue said that was because Su Zimo was going to head over to the same place? But, was that possible? What rights does a foundation establishment cultivator like him from Ethereal Peak have compared to the status of the other people seated at the second spectator area? Subtly, Jun Hao surveyed his surroundings. Many cultivators were excited as they discussed fervently about the peerless beauty of the third princess as well as her relationship with Su Zimo. There were also some people who were still immersed in the previous scene and were in low spirits, unable to extricate themselves. Apart from him, no one else noticed the abnormality in Ji Yaoxue's words. "Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Jun Hao muttered to himself. "I've got it." Right then, a cultivator in the crowd suddenly said something as though he had discovered a huge secret. "What?" someone else asked. The person said slowly, "Have you guys noticed that there's a seat left in the second spectator area after the third princess took her seat?" "Yeah, so what?" The person smiled smugly and replied, "I dare to bet that the seat is reserved for Mr. Mo." Many cultivators pondered for a while before they came to a realization. That's right, it must be Mr. Mo. Yes, only Mr. Mo is qualified. That seat is alongside the princes and princesses and is merely beneath a single person. Indeed, only Mr. Mo is able to suppress every other golden core out there. When he heard the discussions around him, Jun Hao let out a long breath and burst out in laughter. Since that seat is reserved for Mr. Mo, it has nothing to do with Su Zimo. In that case, I have indeed been overthinking things. In reality, among the spectators, the elders of True Fire Sect had seen how Mr. Mo looked like in the palace. However, there was a huge distance between the spectator area and the sunken area. Furthermore, there were more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, making the crowd seem like a black patch. The elders were not paying attention to that side at all. Most of the golden cores at the spectator area were chatting merrily as they toasted one another. Even though the sect competition was between the Foundation establishment cultivators, it was also an opportunity for many golden cores to expand their networks and influence. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Xian Yi was staring at the large crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators in a daze with a hint of melancholy on his face. When Lu Hui saw that, she could not help but feel worried and asked. Retracting his gaze, Xian Yi shook his head. It's nothing. A commotion broke out in the crowd from afar earlier. In that confusion, he seemed to have caught sight of the sleeves of a familiar-looking set of green robes. However, it was drowned in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Xian Yi sighed gently, knowing that he was merely hallucinating out of mental exhaustion. Fellow Taoist Xian Yi. Right then, a greeting sounded from the side. Glancing over, Xian Yi caught sight of the person who spoke, perfected being Tsang Lang of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Perfected being Tsang Lang raised his glass and asked with a smile, I heard that Ethereal Peak has an inner sect disciple called Su Zimo. I wonder whose disciple he is? Xian Yi frowned. Why the question, fellow Taoist Tsang Lang? Fu, nothing much. Perfected being Tsang Lang laughed gently. I've got some grudges with that kid and I want to ask for him from Ethereal Peak. I wonder if you could do me the favor. No. Xian Yi rejected him without thinking twice. Perfected being Tsang Lang narrowed his long eyes slightly. He said slowly with a darkened expression, that person killed 2 of my sect's disciples. How should we settle that debt? They have no one to blame for dying due to their inferiority in skills. Don't you find it shameful for a golden core like yourself to come seek revenge? Xian Yi sneered. Perfected being Tsang Lang replied leisurely, Xian Yi, let me advise you not to ruin the relationship between Iridescent Cloud's palace and Ethereal Peak over a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Are you representative of the entire Iridescent Cloud's palace, perfected being Tsang Lang? With just a few words, the both of them were already at odds. Right then, someone beside laughed sinisterly. Brother Tsang Lang, there's no need to engage in a verbal battle with him. Ethereal Peak is already declining and yet he is so tough with his words. He's only asking for trouble. Sima Ji, what are you trying to do? Xian Yi's expression changed slightly. Perfected being Tsang Lang laughed. Brother Sima, what do you need from me? Sima Ji of True Fire Sect remarked casually, Ethereal Peak merely brought a couple of people this time round. As long as our sects join forces for the spirit ranking competition, Ethereal Peak can do nothing even if they have a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Very well, we'll let Ethereal Peak return empty-handed without a single spot this time round. A look of mockery flashed in perfected being Tsang Lang's eyes as he laughed. One of the 5 major sects. Fu, it's over for Ethereal Peak. Chapter 309, Please head to the Spectator area. Chapter 309, Please head to the Spectator area. Despicable. Xian Yi clenched his fists and cursed through gritted teeth. To begin with, Ethereal Peak was already weaker for this sect competition with only a single 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator who could compete. If he was specifically targeted, they would stand no chance at all. Roar. Right then, a heaven-shaking roar could be heard from the distant horizon, shaking the entire void in an extremely imposing manner. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they looked over. 5 massive and ferocious lions rushed over side by side with an aggressive momentum. They were covered with golden fur from head to toe without any impurities, as though their bodies were burning with golden flames. Those are golden lions. Golden lions are ancient remnant beasts that are at Golden Core realm. The 5 golden lions were tied with iron chains and dragged an ancient war chariot behind them. On it, a middle-aged man stood wearing a long golden robe. His eyes were like lightning, exuding authority by themselves, and he exuded a domineering aura that swept across the world. The man on the chariot was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the Imperial Army soldiers knelt on one knee and roared in unison. They were so loud that it was terrifying. All the golden cores at the spectator area got up hurriedly and cupped their fists, nodding in acknowledgement. "Soldiers, please rise. Everyone, please sit." The Emperor's tone was calm as he leaped down from the war chariot. Arriving at the highest seat of the spectator area, he sat down. I finally caught sight of the Emperor of Great Zhou. We didn't come for this sect competition in vain. What a strong aura. I almost knelt down because of it too. Around the 4 jade pillars, many Foundation establishment cultivators were impressed by the magnificence of the Emperor as they discussed excitedly in hushed voices. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and his eyes were calm as water. It was as though he was unaffected by the Emperor's arrival. Shenmengqi swept her glance over and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Su Zimo, how did you know the Princess of Great Zhou? What has it got to do with you?" Su Zimo asked instead without even looking at Shenmengqi. She harumphed coldly. "Shenmengqi, don't be smug. What's so great about knowing the princess? Besides, let me remind you that you were already enemies of Iridescent Cloud's palace and True Fire Sect to begin with. Now, even the disciples of Azure Frost Sect are showing signs of hostility towards you because of the princess." Scoffing coldly, Shenmengqi continued, "The princess's actions have unknowingly established many powerful foes for you. Let's see how you deal with things later on." Su Zimo smiled calmly. Spectator area. The Emperor pushed his hands down the air and the crowd gradually quietened. In a low voice, the Emperor said, "The sect competition's about to begin soon. Before this, I want to introduce a weapon refinement master that I believe everyone has heard of. The #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou. Mr. Mo Ling. Of course we know about him." Many golden cores at the spectator area smiled and nodded with anticipation in their eyes. The Emperor continued, "Although all of you have heard of his name, not many have seen his true appearance." "That's right." Perfected being Yi Ning smiled bitterly. "Previously, I wanted to thank Mr. Mo personally. It's a pity I didn't get to meet him." Perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains Sect nodded as well. "That's right. Mr. Mo is way too mysterious." The Emperor smiled and said, "I invited Mr. Mo here to be the judge of the weapon refinement segment for the sect competition this time round. Soon, all of you will be able to meet him." Many golden cores were shaken. Which golden core wouldn't want to befriend a weapon refinement master who could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? Perfected being Tsang Lang narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He wanted to see who exactly this Mr. Mo was and what grudges they had such that the latter humiliated him in public. Around the 4 jade pillars, many Foundation establishment cultivators stared at the distant sky with widened eyes, wanting to see the legendary Mr. Mo at the first instance. "How do you guys think Mr. Mo's going to arrive?" "Don't worry, his entrance will definitely not be lesser compared to the princes and princesses. Given Mr. Mo's status and strength, I believe he can even ride a pure-blooded ferocious beast over." Everyone discussed excitedly. Little Fatty turned around as well and asked excitedly, "Bro, how old do you think Mr. Mo is? How does he look like?" Su Zimo replied, "In his 20s. Ha ha ha." The moment Su Zimo spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Many people looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at an idiot. Tao Feng's eyes were filled with mockery as he chuckled. Weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are truly jokes. Fufu. Shenmengqi frowned. "Su Zimo, if you don't know, just say that you don't know. Nobody is going to blame you for that." By spouting nonsense, you will only attract ridicule by others and expose your ignorance. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow. Shenmengqi continued in a low voice, Mr. Mo can customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Do you think that someone in his 20s can do that? Even someone like me who doesn't know how to refine weapons know of that logic. At that moment, the Emperor's voice sounded once more. In fact, Mr. Mo has long arrived and he's amongst you guys. Mr. Mo is already here? Where? At the spectator area, all the golden cores turned around instinctively, only to realize that the people around them were also looking back with confused expressions. The Emperor raised his voice, Mr. Mo, please head to the spectator area. The moment he finished speaking, more than 1,000 golden cores and more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators fell silent suddenly. Everyone scanned their surroundings constantly with bated breaths. Everyone from Ethereal Peak, Tao Feng, Junhao, Si Yutong and Shenmengqi were searching instinctively as well. All of a sudden, a figure moved past the crowd, attracting the attention of everyone. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Shenmengqi frowned and yelled. Su Zimo was unmoved. Tao Feng laughed coldly. This guy really doesn't know any better. He's even acting brazenly before the Emperor. They're calling for Mr. Mo, not you, Shenmengqi shouted again. However, her expression changed starkly, as though she had suddenly realized something. Seemingly oblivious to everything, Su Zimo continued to walk forward. He patted little Fatty who was dumb-stricken on the shoulders and smiled faintly before exiting the crowd. Junhao of Azure Frost Sect shuddered as he looked at Su Zimo's back view, guessing a vague possibility. It did not matter how absurd or crazy that possibility was. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was exposed in the midst of more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. Under everyone's scorching gazes, Su Zimo did not look uneasy at all. Instead, he walked forward calmly with his hands behind his back. Crossing the sunken area, he headed towards the spectator area. Who is that person? Why is he heading there? He's only in his 20s, he can't be Mr. Mo. That's right. How can Mr. Mo be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Many cultivators in the crowd sneered. After sneering, everyone looked at Su Zimo who was getting further away from them. Suddenly, a strange silence filled the crowd. A weak voice sounded, none of us have ever met Mr. Mo before. Why can't he be a Foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s? No one replied. Everyone was waiting for an answer. Chapter 310, All eyes were on him. Chapter 310, All eyes were on him. In the spectator area, the many golden cores started scanning their surroundings and discussing the moment the Emperor finished his sentence. All of them wanted to spot Mr. Mo right away. Some golden cores noticed a green-robed cultivator approaching from afar, but they did not take it to heart. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s after all, and no one paid attention. However, as time passed by, no one within the spectator area stood forth. However, the green-robed cultivator who was headed over approached closer and closer. More golden cores were starting to notice this. Elder Zhang of True Fire Sect had met Mo Ling in the palace before. When he caught sight of the green-robed cultivator heading over, he merely harumphed. However, Elder Zhang focused his gaze immediately after and it remained stuck on the sect badge that was hanging on the green-robed cultivator's waist. While he had indeed caught sight of Mo Ling's appearance before, he did not know of the latter's true identity, let alone know what the latter had to do with Ethereal Peak. Sima Ji frowned and asked, Elder Zhang, haven't you met this Mo Ling before? Where is he? How could this be? How could this be? He's from Ethereal Peak. Elder Zhang did not seem to have heard anything as he muttered to himself in a lost manner. Golden cores of the 5 major sects were seated in the 3rd spectator area. All of them noticed Elder Zhang's abnormality and looked down in the direction of his gaze. The golden cores of Azure Frost Sect and Southern Mountains Sect did not have much of a reaction, merely frowning. They were puzzled as to why this Foundation establishment cultivator of Ethereal Peak was walking over. However, perfected being Tsang Lang narrowed his eyes and there was a flash of killing intent in them. Su Zimo. Do you think that I won't be able to lay my hands on you because you have Ethereal Peak backing you? Perfected being Tsang Lang sneered and finished his wine in one gulp. Ah! Lu Hui gasped and looked at the green-robed cultivator who was afar in disbelief. Xian Yi's expression changed as well. In the midst of his emotional turmoil, he leaped up with joy in his eyes. He's not dead. He was indeed still alive. At that moment, Xian Yi suddenly felt much relieved. The fact that Su Zimo wasn't dead meant that he would have a successor for his sword formation techniques. Perhaps, if Su Zimo were to head back and cultivate for another 10 years, with his talent, he might be able to leave his name on the weapon ranking for the next sect competition. Or perhaps, if he were to train for another 10 years, Su Zimo might even be able to vie for the spirit ranking. At that thought, Xian Yi could not help but smile to himself. It did not matter even if Ethereal Peak did not obtain a single spot for the sect competition this time round. Su Zimo's survival meant that there was still hope for Ethereal Peak. If Wen Xian knew that you were still alive, perhaps he would feel better. Xian Yi lamented internally. Many golden cores frowned in displeasure as they watched the approaching green-robed cultivator below the spectator area. After all, the seats were only meant for golden cores and not any random Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator from Ethereal Peak was not spared from the rules. The discussions in the spectator area grew louder as many golden cores were upset. At the entrance of the spectator, the 3 guard squad commanders, the bearded man, Bai Yuhan and Bald Vulture were calm and ignored everyone. Hey! One of the golden cores drank quite a bit and his cheeks were red. With alcohol bolstering his courage, he stood up and shouted to the 3 commanders. Fellow Taoists. Who is that? The man raised his wine glass and pointed to Su Zimo unsteadily while burping. The 3 commanders lowered their eyes and remained silent. The person's body swayed and looked intoxicated as he shouted, "This is the spectator area for golden cores. What's that person doing here? You guys are guards of the capital and Imperial Army soldiers. Why aren't you chasing him away?" The 3 commanders remained motionless, as if they had not heard anything. The discussion in the spectator area quietened gradually. Some of the sharper cultivators slowly regained their senses. The 3 commanders were not stopping the green-robed cultivator who was approaching and the Emperor was being silent about it as well. What did that mean? Pust. Many cultivators gasped and their expressions changed. Could it be? Could that young Foundation establishment cultivator be? The drunk golden core sobered up a little as well. Shaking his head, he struggled to open his eyes and look at the approaching person. At that moment, the gazes of more than 1,000 golden cores and more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators landed on that green-robed cultivator who was about to step on the golden carpet. All eyes were on him. Su Zimo arrived before the spectator area and the 3 commanders on both sides bowed with cupped fists. "Please take your seat, Mr. Mo." Nodding his head, Su Zimo stepped on the golden carpet and walked up with a calm expression. Boom! Those words fell as if a gigantic rock was thrown into the middle of a calm lake surface, causing a storm to brew in everyone's hearts. The massive square was completely silent at that moment, as though everyone was strangled by an invisible force and could not breathe. It was the same at the spectator area as well. Above and below, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was petrified on the spot motionlessly, and the green-robed cultivator on the golden carpet was the only one who was continuing with his footsteps one by one. Clang! The wine glass in the hands of the drunken golden core fell to the ground with a resounding clash. That sound seemed to break the frozen time. Breaking out in cold sweat, that person sobered up instantly and shuddered at the thought of what he had just said. He cupped his fists and bowed hurriedly, saying with a frantic expression, "GG greetings, Mr. M.O." The cultivators at the bottom spectator area were all itinerant cultivators. Most of the itinerant cultivators had not experienced massive events, and coupled with how prominent M.O. Ling's name was, they were shocked, some of them even jolted up instinctively. Mr. M.O. Mr. M.O. As Su Zimo advanced, rows of golden cores stood up on both sides of the spectator area, bowing with cupped fists. It was a spectacular sight. It was a formidable event. At that moment, everyone forgot about the age and cultivation of that man before them. All they could feel was shock and awe coming from the green-robed cultivator. He had an aura superior to everything that was impossible to resist. The higher the stairs, the greater the strength and status of the golden cores on both sides. Initially, some of the golden cores at the back had no intention of standing up to greet because of their statuses. However, they were helpless against the hundreds of golden cores before them who were standing up. They would seem like eyesores if they continued sitting. With almost no time to contemplate, coupled with the fact that their minds were in a mess, they stood up automatically when Su Zimo approached. As Su Zimo walked, the golden cores at the spectator area had all turned into part of the background. Well, well, well. Xian Yi's heart skipped a beat as he remarked repeatedly. Even as a golden core, Lu Hui covered her mouth with reddened eyes. Finally, she could not contain her emotions and cried. When they arrived in the capital, they had suffered too much ridicule and mocking gazes. News of how Ethereal Peak was weakened, how Ethereal Peak could not hang on anymore, and how they were about to be kicked out of the 5 major sects spread endlessly. She had no way of refuting all of that. But at this moment, all of those rumors were gone with the wind. She finally understood why the 3 commanders told them that Ethereal Peak was about to become famous again. From this day forth, who would dare claim that Ethereal Peak has nobody worthy? Chapter 311, Regret. Chapter 311, Regret. Under everyone's watchful gazes, in front of all the golden cores who were greeting with cupped fists, Su Zimo came before Xian Yi and Lu Hui. He bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo, pays his greetings to the Peak Masters. Ji good child. Hurry, get up." Xian Yi hurried forward and raised Su Zimo's arms in an emotional manner. "So, Mr. Mo's real name is Su Zimo. Mr. Mo is so young. He's only at Foundation Establishment. Didn't everyone say that Ethereal Peak is bad at weapon refinement? Why did such a monster appear out of nowhere? This is phenomenal." Many golden cores muttered softly as they looked at Su Zimo curiously. Lu Hui turned and wiped her tears, laughing and saying, "Xian Yi, stop pulling him. Let him get to his seat." Right, right." Xian Yi snapped to his senses and replied, "Hurry over. We'll talk when we get back. We've got plenty of time." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and turned to continue forward. His gaze landed on perfected being Tsang Lang, who was not far away. Their eyes met. Su Zimo smiled. Perfected being Tsang Lang glared at the approaching Su Zimo with an ashen face. He truly could not bring himself to smile. How could this be? 3 years ago, when he heard that Su Zimo had also become a cultivator, perfected being Tsang Lang merely laughed indifferently. There was no way Su Zimo could ever catch up to him even if the former had stepped into cultivation. In his eyes, Su Zimo was still the same ant that he could trample, suppress and oppress as he willed. However, that small ant had merely grown a little more. He had cultivated for more than 200 years, what was his identity, strength and status like? Even the connections that he had accumulated over the past 200 years were more than enough for him to crush that Su Zimo. But now, the moment Su Zimo stepped foot on the golden carpet, perfected being Zhang Lang realized that apart from his own strength, all his advantages were no longer existent. He could not compare with Su Zimo in terms of status, influence and connections. Or rather, he could not compare with Mr. Mo. A month ago, right at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, Su Zimo promised that his head could be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. At that moment, perfected being Zhang Lang could clearly feel that many golden cores were tempted, some of them even revealed their killing intents. If not for the fact that he was in the capital and no one would dare to act rashly, there was a high chance he would have been mass attacked. That was the unique way in which fate worked. In the past, perfected being Zhang Lang could delete Su Zimo's life with a flick of his fingers. But now, his head was almost gone just because of a promise from Su Zimo. As he passed by perfected being Zhang Lang, Su Zimo paused for a moment and turned to glance indifferently. That single glance sent a chill down perfected being Zhang Lang's spine. He realized that the frail youth in the past was now a deep thorn in his flesh. In the square, more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators were stunned. Apart from everyone of Ethereal Peak who were cheering, the other cultivators had complex expressions. Earlier on, everyone thought that Su Zimo was a joke. It was only at this moment that they realized that they were the true jokes. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect let out a long sigh. Even though he had expected it, the blow was still rather huge when the outcome was truly known. Tao Feng of True Fire Sect had a dark expression on his face. Each time he recalled what he had just said, his face turned paler. "Hey, fellow Daoist Tao Feng, you seem like you were upset when my bro said that you're not qualified?" Little Fatty asked with a grin. Tao Feng's expression was grim as he remained silent. "Tisk, tsk, tsk." Little Fatty pursed his lips and asked, who was the one who was so arrogant that he wanted to compete with my bro in terms of weapon refinement? Why is he silent right now? Don't be a coward. Tao Feng clenched his teeth and shivered. However, he could not say a word. He had said too much earlier on. But now, every single word he said was being smashed back onto his face, causing it to burn. Beside Tao Feng, a cold and sinister man stood glaring at Su Zimo in the spectator area with a killing intent in his eyes. Recalling that he had provoked Su Zimo earlier on, Xiaoning felt a little guilty and laughed dryly. Who would have thought that he would be Mr. Mo ha, ha ha. No one cared about him, so it was a little awkward. Isn't that right, junior sister? Xiaoning turned to ask. Shenmengqi, who was beside him, seemed to have not heard anything. She stared blankly at the spectator area where that figure was getting further and rising higher, as though she had lost her soul. Instantly, many things made sense to her. Why Mr. Mo would send that message for her master, perfected being Zhang Lang, to kneel down a month ago. Why Su Zimo would dare declare that Tao Feng wasn't qualified. Why Su Zimo was indifferent at the mention of Mr. Mo. Why Su Zimo would look at her strangely when she mentioned Mr. Mo. Why even the third princess of Great Zhou would head over. Why? All of those questions could be explained with a single answer. Su Zimo was Mr. Mo. At that moment, she suddenly felt like a fool. The princess's actions have unknowingly established many powerful foes for you. Let's see how you deal with things later on. Shenmengqi laughed at herself when she recalled what she had said earlier. There was no need for Su Zimo to deal with things. The moment he revealed his identity, it was more than enough. Shenmengqi was dazed. Once upon a time, she thought that she would soar through the skies upon receiving that 1 in a million immortal affinity. She thought that she would be separated from Su Zimo and become someone of a completely different world from him. But now, she suddenly realized. Everything she had possessed in the past couple of years was nothing worth mentioning in front of Su Zimo. Her life was perhaps lesser than a single promise of Su Zimo. In that instant, Shenmengqi regretted. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the second spectator area where there was only an empty seat. It was a seat that was beneath a single person and above everyone else, one that ranked equally with the princes, princesses, and the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House. The emperor pointed and said, "Go on." Su Zimo nodded. Ji Yaoxue was beside the empty seat. Both of them smiled at each other. The moment Su Zimo sat down, a gust of fragrant wind blew over. Right after, someone else appeared on the other side of Su Zimo. He turned over and was slightly stunned. Demoness Ji had moved her chair and ran to his left-hand side to squeeze with him. As such, Su Zimo's seat was sandwiched between the two princesses. Coughing gently, Su Zimo looked somewhat uneasy instantly. "Hee, I'll sit here." Demoness Ji chuckled. Ji Yaoxue looked at her younger sister dotingly and shook her head to smile. The princes seemed to understand Demoness Ji's temper and did not say anything, merely smiling. Instead, they nodded to Su Zimo as a form of greeting. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though no one could tell, he could vaguely sense that Demoness Ji's laughter was odd. I wonder what this Demoness is thinking about again. Frowning in secret, Su Zimo looked straight ahead. Right then, the emperor's voice echoed in all directions. "Let the sect competition officially begin." Chapter 312, I'll teach you how to refine weapons. Chapter 312, I'll teach you how to refine weapons. The rules of the sect competition are the same as the previous ones. For the 4 ranking lists of spirit, talisman, elixir and weapon, we'll choose the top 10 of each as the experts for this year's competition. All 10 people on the spirit ranking can choose a spirit art of their liking, all 10 on the talisman ranking can choose a talisman method, all 10 on the elixir ranking can choose an elixir recipe, all 10 on the weapon ranking can choose a superior grade spirit weapon. Of course, apart from that, there will be a reward of many spirit stones. The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for more than 10,000 years. After so many years of accumulation and heritage, there was definitely going to be many secret skills and elixir recipes in their treasure vault. In fact, some of them might even be extinct, and it was definitely enough to tempt any cultivator out there. Most Foundation establishment cultivators merely used middle-grade spirit weapons. For Foundation establishment cultivators, superior-grade spirit weapons were fatally attractive. Of course, the most important thing was that the people on the ranking lists could enter the ancient battlefield to train for a year. With just a few simple words from the Emperor, the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on the square were burning with zeal and raring to go. The Emperor declared, since Mr. Mo was invited as the judge for this sect competition, we'll start off with the competition for weapon refinement. Because Mr. Mo belongs to Ethereal Peak and needs to enter the ancient battlefield as well, it means that there are only 9 spots left to contest for in the weapon ranking. The meaning behind the Emperor's words was clear. Given Su Zimo's ability, he was naturally the number 1 on the weapon ranking without the need to even compete. No one had any objections to that. Even weapon refinement masters who had been immersed in the art of weapon refinement for hundreds of years would not dare to compete against Su Zimo, let alone the young weapon refinement masters on the square. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Mo? The Emperor asked. Rising, Su Zimo gazed at the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on the square deeply before saying in a slow manner, when I arrived, I heard someone mention that there is no one from Ethereal Peak who can refine weapons. Upon hearing this, the square and the spectator area entered an uproar. If it was prior to this, those words wouldn't have been a big deal since it was something everyone publicly acknowledged. But now, anyone who dared say something as such was definitely stubbing their toes. Everyone swept their gazes and noticed that Su Zimo had a hint of killing intent on his face. They all realized that the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou was about to take someone down. Who was the one who said that? Stand forth. Su Zimo was almost at the top of the spectator area as he looked down at the square from above. Even though his tone was calm, it was laced with a dominance that was above everyone else. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes landed on Tao Feng. Prior to this, everyone around the area had witnessed the conflict between Tao Feng and Su Zimo. Tao Feng felt the pressure on him multiply, his face was pale and his expression was filled with fear. Who is Mr. Mo talking about? Someone from True Fire Sect. I heard that he's the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation. Pfft, what a joke. Mr. Mo is only in his 20s and this guy dares to claim that he's the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation? The discussions in the crowd grew louder. The crowd around True Fire Sect gradually dispersed. Seeing that he was about to be singled out, Tao Feng grit his teeth and stood out with a venomous look in his eyes. He said hatefully, "It was me." The golden cores of True Fire Sect frowned with ugly expressions. Very good. Su Zimo nodded. Since you were so arrogant, I suppose that the standards of weapon refinement masters from True Fire Sect must have already surpassed me. Which one of you is so formidable? Stand forth and let me have a look. Sweeping his gaze across True Fire Sect's golden cores at the spectator area, Su Zimo's eyes had a mocking look in them. Su Zimo, don't go overboard. Elder Zhang said coldly. Overboard? Su Zimo shook his head and replied indifferently, I don't think so. Compared to that unscrupulous assassination attempt from True Fire Sect 3 years ago, this is nothing. Elder Zhang was speechless. Although there was no evidence of it, everyone was well aware of it. In fact, even the Emperor's notice was posted at the entrance of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo is trying to establish his dominance. Yes, it's not only for himself, it's also for Ethereal Peak. This is equivalent to taking revenge for Ethereal Peak. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Xian Yi and Lu Hui exchanged glances, both could read the gratification in the other's eyes. After Su Zimo appeared, they could clearly sense that the few disciples of Ethereal Peak were in high spirits and were no longer demoralized. Turning towards Tao Feng, Su Zimo continued, You even said that the weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are jokes? Let me ask you now, who is the joke? Tao Feng was almost grinding his teeth into dust as his entire body trembled. Lowering his head slightly, his cheeks were filled with ferociousness and his eyes were getting more deranged by the second. Su Zimo, I'm not convinced of you. Suddenly, Tao Feng raised his head and shouted with reddened eyes, There are more than 100,000 cultivators present but no one has witnessed you refine weapons personally. Who knows if you're as good as you claim to be? Why are you able to claim a spot on the weapon ranking without even having to refine weapons? Tao Feng seemed to have lost his mind but in reality, his words struck lethally. Su Zimo was only in his 20s and was at Foundation Establishment realm. However, he was able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons, that did seem a little ridiculous. Even if he had started refining weapons in his mother's womb, that would only be 20-odd years at best. Could he really be better than weapon refinement masters out there who have immersed themselves in the art of weapon refinement for hundreds of years? Everyone present had doubts to begin with. After Tao Feng's words, their suspicions only intensified. Could there be someone powerful expert backing Su Zimo? That expert would step in when it came to refining weapons while Su Zimo was only a front? After all, no one had seen Su Zimo refine weapons before. Many people thought about it and pondered to themselves, if the MO from Mo Ling came from Su Zimo, could the Ling be from the expert? That thought seemed to have gotten them closer to the truth of things. The way many cultivators looked at Su Zimo changed slowly, carrying doubt and scrutiny within their gazes. In the blink of an eye, Tao Feng was now the center of attention as he laughed into the skies. Su Zimo, if you have the guts, come and compete with me down here. We'll let everyone judge who the joke is. I believe that everyone would like to see your so-called Mo clan spirit gathering technique. The emperor's expression was calm as he thought to himself, impressive. With those words, True Fire Sect was going to benefit no matter what. If Su Zimo was not as good as he claimed to be, he would naturally be exposed by competing and Tao Feng would become famous because of this. Even if Su Zimo truly was Mo Ling, he might end up committing a mistake under such immense pressure in front of everyone. Furthermore, this would not be of any loss for True Fire Sect as they would be able to observe Su Zimo's weapon refinement process and even possibly get a glimpse of the secrets within. You want to learn my spirit gathering technique? Su Zimo's heart stirred as he could tell Tao Feng's intentions. However, he did not have to fear letting others watch or learn from his spirit gathering technique. After all, no one would be able to master it. The weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak had that tragic experience, whoever that learned from him were the unlucky ones. Su Zimo, do you dare to compete? Say something. Tao Feng shouted provocatively. I'm not going to compete with you, because you're not qualified. However, changing the topic, Su Zimo continued calmly, in a bit, I'll teach you how to refine spirit weapons on the spot. Learn well and don't embarrass True Fire Sect. I'll teach you. It was the tone and attitude of an elder teaching the younger generation. Everyone was dumbfounded. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.